see it in the Discord. Spread the word that it's over there. We still have Jakey in the lead, as we can see. Yeah, it's still on. Lemon squeezy. I can see you in the Discord there. We lost Jaeger as well. I'm still live. Unfortunately, no overlays, so I will put down the display all and only display race info, so nobody can see what's behind the screens and going on. I can't adjust that. That's up to Jaeger. He has all that. I don't. But yeah, we know. We've got Jaeger back, and he joined the party again. Hopefully he can hear me and I can hear him.
Oh, hello. So my internet died as well, so it's a cursed day.
So popped out of the chat and I saw that the stream stopped, so I shared it in the general chat of the IRO Discord, because mine is unlisted, of course, so they can still follow the race. How do you want to solve this further on, Jaeger?
Bring it up again.
Well, at least we've got 8 people back watching. Well, let me fill up the gap in between. We still got the number 20 in the lead on the racing softs. The only one who went for the softs in the second stint of this 2-hour stint. And then we've got the number 5 of Sector 7 Racing in second place, with Antonio behind the wheel, putting in the laps. Meine Güte. 17.9 on medium tires. That is ridiculous. And number 20 isn't pulling out that big of a gap anymore, because Antonio is pushing like hell. And then Maddie, we've got nearly into the 17s, already went into the 17s as well. Also on medium tires, that's the 45 of Last Minute Racing. And in 4th place, we have the 77 of Race Asylum Black, with Frosty behind the wheel, putting in really solid lap times. Made a pit stop already, had front bumper damage, and went quite early for a pit stop. If we compare it to the 764, who made even an earlier pit stop, is in 5th place right now. Okay, that's probably because the number 3 Grid Life car made a second pit stop, and I can't see which tires they're on, because I won't show you, else you're gonna see. And then we have the Shadow in the 66 from GT Finland Racing in 7th place, made his pit stop, had for a long period of time, front bumper damage. Fixed that in the pit stop. And in 8th place right now we have the 69 of AHR. And let's get all the way up front again. And let's see how Antonio is trying to keep that gap as minimum as possible between the 20 and the number 5. But there is an offset in tires, of course. Now we've lost the 44 of Race Asylum, the championship leader. Really early in, I think, the first 15 minutes of this stint. So that's going to be difficult for them. They've got more than 3 minutes of a deficit in the next stint to make up. And after that, we lost the 64 with Cody behind the wheel of Sector 7 Racing. Yeah, another disconnect. They were in 3rd place. And then eventually we had the 35 of Loose Moose Racing. We lost them as well in the S's, jumped back and forward on the minimap and suddenly disconnected, and that was, I think, nearly over an hour in. So those are the 3 disconnects. And yeah, then we had even Jaeger get a disconnect, so we lost the stream as well. So it's not a real fortunate day for the internet today.
No, but this was definitely on my side, so my router just decided to not connect to the internet anymore.
Yeah, can happen. Everybody had it, and yeah, I think a typical Saturday, no internet, and yeah, weird. But meanwhile, the race is still continuing with everybody who still has a connection. I don't think the Gran Turismo service did a good job as well. Wait, what's that? Somebody went deep? No, okay. And here we've got the number 20 who put the 764 on a lap. So the number 5 in the race is already a full lap down. And they're putting in some laps. That number 20 car. But you can see that gap doesn't grow that big, that much between the 20 car and the number 5 car. Because Antonio is putting in laps on those medium tires that are ridiculous. If you compare that to the first stint, this is nearly half a second quicker than it was before. So that's amazing on the medium tires. That is only 2/10 of an offset in the last lap. Whew. So Antonio with the bit between his teeth, trying to keep that gap as close as possible. And we can see that even Medi can't match his pace. Well, that says something about the pace of Antonio at this moment in that Lexus, in that number 5 Sector 7 racing car. And here we've got Frosty in the 77 doing quite solid lap times and is on the pace of the first stint of the medium runners. So getting into the groove right now. Still a bit of lag in the lobby. Let's see, in 5th we still have the 764 with a bit of a drift into the... Oh, be careful over there, don't get a penalty. It's easy to get at the end of the S's. If you go a little bit too wide, and especially that last corner number 5. Yes, that is a half-second penalty. I thought already I saw a little bit too wide coming out of there. Easily done on this track. And Jakey doing a quite solid job and is on the pace. I believe he's on the soft tires. We're quickly going to check. Yes, he is. He made a second pit stop. I think he tries to run it until the end. We're not going to show you any more info than that. But I thought I'd check because the lap times are quite quick on that number 3 Porsche. Here we've got the 66 of GT Finland Racing still competing in 7th place. Yeah, just gained them by staying in the lobby. And here we have the 69 all the way at the back, 2.5 minutes behind. And let's get back to the lead. And we can see that Jakey is putting in the laps, but only gained about 3/10 the last lap. And he's on the soft tires, of course. He can't make it until the end because he didn't refuel enough for that. And I don't think the tires will last as well. But Antonio, what a pace on those medium tires. The last 3 laps were 17s. So a 17.9, a 17.9, and a 17.8. That is some serious pace on medium tires. Meine Güte. How do you do it?
Yeah. So Jake will have to do another pit stop, right? And
yeah, that's for sure.
Fresh softs and put in some fuel. So he will lose that lead then to Antonio, pretty sure. But I mean, he has a pace advantage then, still on the softs again. Could be close towards the end of stint number 1. We'll see.
Yeah, the 764 is in for his last pit stop. I think that's going to be softs as well for Hidde. And let's see how far he will refuel. We can see it on the left-hand side. That's something we can check, because that's always shown. And is it going to be around 50%? That's what I thought. And that's probably going to be softs. We're going to see it in the lap times
And we can quickly check. Oh, no, it's going to be mediums again. No, you're going to see it when somebody comes out of the pit, right? And it's a long, crawling, slow pit exit. And there you go. Those are soft tires. So it's going to be fun for Hidde for the last 30 laps. Less than 30 laps. And we see that I think Jakey picked up the pace because that gap grew again. Oh, it's again a 17.6. And let's see this upcoming lap, what he can produce on those soft tires. It's a 17.7. And Antonio, last lap, a 17.999. Still in the 17s. And let's see if he can maintain that crazy pace on that medium tire. And it's going to be an 18.9. Whoa, was that a penalty? Was that a hiccup? Because that's a full second slower than he can produce on those medium tires. Or are they going to get worse and worse? Because if you're constantly on the edge, your tires will degrade faster, of course. Now in third place on medium tires as well, Medi. Pushing and pushing. 118s. And a couple of 117s. Also on mediums, how do you do it? As if they're putting in qualifying laps on mediums. A ridiculous pace of the 45 and a ridiculous pace of the number... Oh, there goes Medi nearly again. Oh, coming out of the S's. Corner number 5, that tricky one. Nearly losing it. Held it together, but... Oi, oi, oi. Heart in mouth moment. Oh, and a drift coming out of corner number 7. That's 6 and 7, yeah. Onto the main of the back street. Well, let's see that again. Coming out of the S's. Oi, 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 oi. Here he comes. This is the last part of the S's. A tricky one, because if you go too wide over here, you're going to get a penalty. And here he hits the curb a little bit too hard or a little bit too wide over there. And there is that huge drift he caught. Oi, 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 oi. That was extremely close to losing it. But he held it. But you can see in the lap times, 18.9. Oof, that cost him nearly a full second compared to his previous laps. And Medi is back in the 118 lows again, but had a bit of a hiccup on the lap 66 as well. And we can see that Jake slowly is losing a bit of tires, because right now is slowly crawling towards that 118. And we see that the number 4 in the race, that's the 77 of Race Asylum Black, is in for his last scheduled pit stop. And that's probably going to be softs as well. So I think the Project 1 racing car, the number 20 Aston, has the right strategy. And I maybe think that Antonio and Medi might switch to that as well. But I think they can make it on those mediums. It's going to be questionable. But they definitely push hard. And they're really close to losing it constantly. Now we see the 44 coming out. Let's see if Jakey on those soft tires. And we see the 77 is on the soft tires as well. Let's see if that number 3 Grit Life car can get close to the 77. Both Race Asylum Porsches, of course. Let's see. And I see Race Asylum is just behind the number 5 on a lap. So a lap down right now. On fresh, soft tires. Until the end. Let's see if they can keep up on those soft tires with the number 2 of the number 5 car, who's in second spot. Here we have them. A good recovery, by the way, from the 77. In 4th place. That's going to be a huge advantage going further in stint number 2. And we've got Jakey also on soft tires, 7.4 seconds behind the 77. And a little bit further back we have 66 GTR of GT Finland Racing with the shadow behind the wheel. Finally, no damage anymore. And there is some pace in that GTR. A difficult car in the corners, especially the S's. Although you can change, of course, everything on this car. Still a difficult, heavy car at the moment in Gran Turismo 7. Here in the Aston Martin, the 764 in 7th place, also on racing soft tires. And then on the racing mediums, we have the 69 at the back. And he's going to run on until the end in the BMW M6. Just got passed by the 20 Aston Martin. And I think they're quite soon have to make a pit stop for Project 1 Racing, and they're definitely going to go to the soft tires again. Here they come already. Nope, they're going to continue for another lap. Yes, they do. Onto the main street. That short straight over here. Into that fast right-hander. First corner, really difficult one. Use all the track width on the outside over there. Let it run up to the curb on the outside into the difficult S's. A blind first right-hander. Then the left-hander, you got to be careful with that curb. Medi made a spin over there in the 45 car of Last Minute Racing. Don't go too wide on that part of the S's, and don't go too wide over here in corner number 5 as well, coming out of the S's. Those are parts where you can easily pick up half a second penalty. And then this one is difficult. It's cambered, but you can't run too wide over there. A little bit on the grass is possible. And coming out of corner number 7 onto the main straight where you have a kink in it, a double kink. And just coming out of there, that was corner number 8. Then you have corner number 9 over here towards the chicane. And that's going to be 10A and 10B. Difficult chicane as well, especially coming out of it. Because if you go a little bit too wide over here, you're going to run onto the grass, and there is a big hill down here. And this is full throttle 11 and 12 onto the main straight again. Now we can see that, yes, that's what I thought as well. The 77 is faster compared to the number 5. That is an offset in tires, of course. And is the number 5, did he make a mistake again? Was that a half-second penalty? Let's see the lap time. Coming up 18.2. So no mistake. So we can see that the 77 is way faster at this moment, and probably wants to unlap itself. New racing soft tires, of course, underneath the 77. In 4th place right now, being held up by the number 5, but they're a lap down. If they want to, they can unlap themselves, but it's got to be clean, it's got to be good. Whoa, all over the back of the number 5. Be careful in those S's. You don't want to run into each other, especially when you're a lap down. Coming into corner number 6 and 7 over here, maybe on the main straight. But I don't think the number 5 wants to run in dirty air off the 77. But if he's way quicker, maybe you should let him go. Don't know. Let's see what's going to happen over here. Right in the slipstream. I think that's half a second we see right now. What else on track? Nothing else on track. And is the 77 going to go for the move? I think he's too far back for the move into the chicane. And it's not for position. There is the number 1 in. The 20 P1R car is in. And if Antonio is not going to make a stop again, the number 5 will retake the lead. But the gap was 19.1 seconds. And they have to refuel only 40%, 39 to be precise. Coming out of the pit, but that pit exit is long, so we have the number 5 in the lead right now, and the number
per second, just reminding you.
Yeah, the 45, will he pass the 20 as well? Yes, I think he will. Coming out of the pit right now. Oh, this is going to be close. No, the 45 into the S's already. And we have the number 20 in P3, but on fresh, soft tires. And we can see what it does, because the 77 is faster than the number 5. And we know that the number 20 will definitely be faster than the 77 at the moment, because Jakey is putting in the laps. Here is the 77. Maybe he's going to make a move on the leader right now. Into the chicane. Here he comes. Yes, no, yes, no. There is a bit of doubt over there. Oh, don't brake too late. Be careful. You don't run into each other. And you can see what fresh, soft tires can do for you. So let's keep a close eye on the 3rd in the race right now. The number 20 Project 1 racing car with Jakey behind the wheel. Only 1.7 seconds behind the 45 of Loose Moose. No, Last Minute Racing. Sorry. Bit confused there. Here they come. Only 1.6 seconds. And they put in the laps. Ooh, a 19.3 last lap from the 45 from Medi. Oh, I've still got all the info on. Excuse me. Let's put that off. We don't want to see that. We can show this, right? Yeah, this way. Let's go a little bit further back. Here we have that fight. Only 1.1 seconds already. 1.3 right now. 1.4. And a half-second penalty. No! For Project 1 Racing. That's absolutely not what you want to do if you want to catch up. 16.5 seconds to the end of this stint. Oi, oi, oi. And that's going to cost them dearly on the main street. Nobody behind them, and you can see that gap will grow probably to 2.3 seconds. On the back straight, I must say. Excuse me. There you go. Over 2 seconds. 2.1. Okay. It's going to cost you about 0.8 if you have a half-second penalty on the back straight. Oof, that's not a good lap time. 18.7. That needs to be a 17.5, 17.6 to catch the leader. Let's get back to the leader if he still has the 77 right on his tail. Oh, the 77 passed. I told you. They're way faster on those soft tires. Let's quickly see what kind of lap times Antonio is producing in that number 5 car. Last lap at 18.7. That's not good enough. But yeah, still less than 20 laps to go. 20 seconds if it's a second a lap. Oof. But Project 1 Racing has their work cut out for them. No penalty this time. Crawling back to the 45 of Last Minute Racing with Medi behind the wheel. And let's quickly ask Jaeger if you're still there. Probably busy with restarting the stint. And let's see what kind of lap time without any penalties Jakey can produce. 17.4. That's what you want. Exactly. Those are the laps you need. Only 15.4 seconds behind 15.3 seconds behind the lead. And if it's going to be a second a lap, he's going to be there at the end of the stint. Let's see, Antonio, he's in a bit of dirty air. 18.5, so it's exactly a second. But we saw that Antonio can produce quite quick laps. But he's going to be on worn mediums at the end. And so will Jakey be, but on worn softs. And here it is, already within a second of the 45. Who's in second place? They still have to pass them, of course. That's going to cost them a bit of time. We're now at 40 minutes in, still 8 cars left out of the 11 who started. 3 disconnects. Unfortunately, we lost 35 of Loose Moose Racing, but first of all, let's see if Jakey can immediately make the move on the 45 car into the chicane. No, he cannot. Probably has to wait another full lap, or might do a dairy move into the first corner. Take a look at that grip advantage. Boy, that difference is huge. And then immediately in the slipstream, is there going to be a defensive line out of the 45 into corner number 1? I think there will be. Whoa, half defensive move. And you can see that difference in speed into the first corner. Is he going to do it into the S's? That's going to be a really tough and difficult move. That difference is that offset is so big. Poor. Huge fight, huge fight. But yeah, to quickly recap, we had 3 disconnects, the 35, the 44, and who else did we lose?
64.
The 64, of course, yeah. And here we go into corner number 6 and number 7. Right underneath that rear wing, and that grip coming out of there. This is going to be no contest. Medium versus soft tires. Already side by side, and I think before the end of the straight, it's going to be done and dusted. Before the chicane, yeah, there's a little bit of a kink to the right-hand side. Will Medi put up a defensive line? Will he outbrake the 20? Oh, that's going to be difficult. The 20 leaves the space over there to the 45, but that move is done. Beautifully done. They left each other enough space. That was really respectful. Nice move from Jakey, of course, with the tire offset. And now back in second place and hunting down the number 5. Oh, take a look at that difference in corner number 1 alone. Oy, 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 oy. Now let's quickly see that move again into the chicane. Let's get on board with Medi. Let's see that again. Here we've got the 20. And they braked about the same point. And the 20 left the space over there. But yeah, no chance for the 45 to hold that position. Especially on medium tires, half worn. And why do I see every single info again? That's after a replay, eh? Okay, it's good to know as well. It suddenly shows again. Let's see those lap times. An 18.3 behind the 45. Didn't help regain enough time. The number 20 wants more than that. It needs to be around a second a lap to make sure they're going to catch the number 5. And the number 5 has to finish this stint right now. Can't make a pit stop for soft tires. That's going to be too difficult for them.
Yeah, hey, Grantis in chat. Yep, the livery is not showing for the 45 car. Ignore that 23.
Did you restart the...
yeah, there's a part 1.1 on the IRO channel.
Good. Let me quickly check that as well, because... Here we are. The 1.1. We're finally back live. So everybody who tuned in on my channel, you can go to the IRO channel again and tune in over there. Let's leave this one and this one. We can finally... Oh, we can show everything again. That's good. Then I've got my info.
Yeah. And everyone who wants to get information about the competitors can go to the unlisted stream.
Oh, shit.
Nah.
Okay.
It's okay.
Let's put it off. I got everything in my hat, so it's good. It's good enough. So right now, back to the 117s for Project 1 Racing in the 20 Aston. This is the pace they want to catch the number 5 in the lead. And they have a difficult life over here, and we can see that the 44 dropped back, of the 77 dropped back behind the number 5 again. They probably couldn't pull out a big of enough of a gap. Oh, I see a 121 in between. Wow. Okay. And a half-second penalty. That's not good. Wow. So that's why they dropped back behind number 5, although they're a lap behind right now. But they are on soft tires, and the lead car is on mediums. And we can see the gap between the lead car number 5 and the 20 is 12 seconds exactly, and coming down. Let's compare lap times. We have an 18.2, 18.5, 18.4 the last couple of laps, and let's see lap 80 as well for the number 5 car to give it a good comparison between the number 5 and the number 20. 18.2. That's good. That's a good lap time on mediums. And the number 20 coming up to some traffic as well. Let's see that lap time. 18.3 of 17.3. Whew, nearly a second. Nearly a second down again compared to the number 5. Yeah, and if you want to jump in, you can jump in, Jaeger.
To do what?
Oh yeah, some info.
Some info. I'm setting up currently stint 2, so I am a bit occupied, to be honest. Have a look at stream chat and get
all good.
And stint 2 underway. So I also missed like 5 minutes of racing, but I assume nothing major happened.
No, nothing major happened, and I just kept on babbling, so it's all good. And I think the Project One racing car is gonna catch the number 3 in a perfect spot. There they go, a little bit of a slipstream, so no real pain of back marker for them. And yes, there were Kruntas, welcome. Dual streaming, of course. We have to deal with some issues with internet today. I think it's a bad day for the internet. Everybody's disconnecting, even the commentators are disconnecting. No good, not good at all. But we're back.
Yeah. So, will Jake be able to catch Antonio
Good question.
by the end of this stint? 11 seconds-ish. Jake on the softs, Antonio on mediums, right? So that's
10
the
laps
race
to go.
situation at the top.
So a second a lap, easy math. But let me run you through the order and tell you what happened to everybody who just tuned in and is still there or has missed a couple of laps. The number 5 car is in the lead right now because they only made one stop. They're on the medium tires and they were there all the time. And in second place we have the Project One racing car right now who made 2 stops. Started on the mediums, went to the softs and are on the softs right now, trying to catch the number 5. Doing a really good job. Started on pole, stayed there, but right now in second place. Then we have in third place the 45 Loose Moose last minute racing car with Medi behind the wheel. Unfortunately no livery loaded in, so it looks like a regular GTR, but it is the 45. And then in fourth place we have the 77, had a bit of damage quite early in the race, went for the double stop as well. First of all the mediums, then another set of mediums, and right now on the racing softs, so that's why that close to the number 5 and yet again catching. Maybe gonna repass again to be on the lead lap. Then we have the number 3 of Grid Life, who had some damage from bumper damage as well, probably because of a spin. We haven't seen that. They're on the racing softs as well with a double pit stop. A double pit stop for the Sector 7 racing car, the 764. First of all on mediums, then to the softs, and then to the softs again. Oh no, sorry, they did medium, and then softs. And then we have the 66 on softs right now, on mediums I believe. Can't see it right now, unfortunately. I turned that off. I think they just got passed by the 764. Let's compare lap times. Yes, it is. The shadow behind the wheel, the 66 of the GT Finland races, and the 69 just got passed by the Project One racing car. It's in 8th place, and we had 3 disconnects. That is a P1 Army. Damn. Okay. Sometimes I speak a little bit too fast, but yeah, another second, more than a second out of the lead for the number 20. Yeah, there was a disconnect. I can see it in the Discord as well. There were quite some disconnects. We had the 64. First of all, we had the 44 of Race Asylum Esports. 15 minutes into the race. And about, I think, half an hour in, suddenly we lost Cody in the 64 of Sector 7. Disconnect as well. And then just over an hour, we had the 35 of Loose Moose Racing with yet another disconnect. And after that, we had Jaeger disconnect as well. So we lost even the streamer. So,
it's fine, yeah.
But
everyone deserves a disconnect today. Let's go.
Well, let's hope that was it. Nobody else is going to disconnect. But we have 3 cars who will come back in the second stint, but with quite some work to do, to say it friendly.
Yeah, I think 2:30 for the Loose Moose Racing, 2:45 for the 64, and 3:25 for the 44 car rejoin time. So, as you said, a little bit of work to do then, but still more than 10 hours to go in this race.
True. We're coming
Head
up
down,
to...
push.
Oh, we have somebody weird in the chat saying things, but... Yeah. Yeah. We're coming up to the end of this stint. It's going to be lap 92. At the end of lap 92, that everybody's going to come in. 93.
93.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. And it's going to be 92 racing laps. That was it. Cannot compliment how everyone can easily play sports mode, but cannot join lobbies as easily. True. Definitely. Tolakaitis. Definitely. It's weird. But yeah, we're back with half of the field still. More than half of the field still in there. Yeah, and it's unfortunate. You can't do anything about that. If the servers do not work and they work against you, they're going to kick you out. Doesn't matter how good your internet is. If it doesn't want to work, it's bye-bye. So yeah.
The gap coming down between P1 and P2. That's definitely a fact.
Wow.
But will it be enough?
It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
8 laps to go when you cross now, so...
Take a look at the lap times of the number 5. 18.3, 18.3, 18.3. The last 3 laps. That's ridiculous. Clockwork. And if you take a look at the number 20, it's the last 3 laps, 17.4, 17.5, 17.6. So they're slowly losing a bit of grip out of those soft tires compared to the mediums, where you can still push. 7 seconds. Will they make it, Jaeger? Will they make it? What do you think? What are your thoughts?
It's hard to tell. As long as Jake can stay in the 117s, he has a chance. But as soon as he drops into the 18s, and maybe traffic will play a factor as well, and in that final minutes of the stint, so I reckon Antonio might just keep that lead for Sector 7 Racing Esports.
Yeah, I think as well, because you can close up, but then you gotta have the overspeed as well to pass it. And since the soft tires degrade way faster compared to the mediums, I think there's gonna be a little bit too less grip in those tires to have the overspeed. And there is still the back marker right now of Race Asylum, who made another mistake, a 120 last lap, also on the racing softs, but not right underneath the rear wing of the number 5 anymore. That's quite a substantial gap at the moment, but I think we can see Jake in the back. Yes, here he comes. There he is. Beautiful transition. Yeah, just a tenth of his fastest lap, so this is going to be a good lap for the Project 1 racing car. And Jakey doing a phenomenal job, constantly qualifying laps. That's difficult to do. 6 seconds, the gap, 17.4, good lap time. Well, let's compare that to the number 5, an 18.4. So that's a full second last lap. And if that's going to be the case, they still have another, what is that? 7 laps to go? Yeah. No. 6 laps to go, sorry. With this included. 5.4 seconds. Oof. Oh, purple. Oh, Jakey pushing that Aston Martin to the absolute limits. And let's hope the 44 of the 77 is not gonna damage the tires or give too much dirty air.
Yep, Russ in the chat, the seagull can smell the chips. He's shouting, mine. Mine.
Mine. Yeah, nice. 5.1 seconds. Let's first of all see that lap time of the number 5 of Sector 7 Racing. Let's see what Antonio can produce again. An 18.4, nearly an 18.5. And let's see Jakey again, a 17.5. So it's yet again a full second. Oh. But it's going to be nice. It's going to be a really good one at the end. And the 45 dropped back quite a bit more than 12 seconds in the last 10 laps, so that's a full second as well. Yeah, also on those racing mediums, meet one stop, of course, had that deficit of a spin. Right, oh, just one corner back. Lost more than 13 seconds. Unfortunate for them. Luckily, no damage. Oh, there he goes again. No, no, no. And I think this time there is going to be damage. Oi, I quickly have to check that. Is that damage? Yes, front bumper damage and left front suspension damage for Medi. Coming out of the S's. Pushed it a little bit too hard on those half-worn medium tires. Oh, yeah, right now you got damage. And will he? No, you're not going to make a stop anymore. Not at this time. I think he paused the game over there. What to do, what to do. Oh, that's the second mistake. A rare one, but...
The force is strong today with you.
Boy, yeah.
Cursing the drivers.
Shall I just quit? Should I get a disconnect? Oh, yeah, take a look at that. We're going to watch a replay. Coming out of the S's.
Too many now. Come on.
Yeah, first it was this corner, right here. This time it wasn't. Maybe a little bit of dirty air coming up from the grid life number 3 in front, but coming out of the S's over here. And just went a little bit too early on the throttle. Yo, this is so easily done, and I hit the barriers a little bit too hard over there. And unfortunately, damage for him. Oof, oof, oof. Ow, that's painful. That's really painful, and they're going to lose even more time. What was the last lap? Yeah, more than 4 seconds lost coming out of this corner. And now, of course, the damage. And they're quite low on fuel as well. Oof. Not everybody
Still
is.
a good catch to avoid really heavy damage. I mean, it could have ended in disaster for the
True.
45 crew.
Oh, and it's still coming down about 9 tenths to a second between the number 20 and the number 5. But there is a 77 in between over here. Will they intervene in the progress of the number 20 car? That's going to be dirty air and difficulty for them. Hopefully they will get out of the way pretty soon. And it's going to be crucial for the number 20 to get that pass done. Because else it's going to be difficult to catch the number 5.
Yeah, it's still a great setup for the next stint. With that close gap between number 5 and number 20 on track, battling for the lead.
Yeah, but now you can see as well both strategies are about the same. You're going to come really close if you do one stop and you do medium, or you're going to do medium, soft. It's about the same time.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, maybe we'll see a couple of teams adjusting their strategies now, seeing maybe that medium, soft can work compared to medium. So
that was a good slipstream, but a difficulty over here for the 20 just behind the 77. And will they move out of the way over here? Because we can see that the 20 is faster. But yes, they will go. That's really nice. Perfectly driven by Race Asylum Black. The 77 slots in behind the 20. And it's 2.6 seconds right now. They only lost about a tenth this lap, the Project 1 racing car. And it's only 2.4 seconds with 3 laps to go. Well, what is that? 2.5, something like that. Oh, Antonio nearly goes to wide over there. You gotta be careful. It's so easy to pick up a half-second penalty, and that's gonna cost you so much. And I saw a bit of a wiggle coming out of corner number 5, the S's, where Medi just lost it. Let's quickly check in with him as well. Still that damage, of course. Yeah, he has to run it. Oof. Take a look at those lap times. Into the 120s, 119.6 the last lap. But let's get back to that fight for the lead. 2 seconds. This is gonna be close. Yeah, he shaved a lot of time off. The gap was, when he came out of the pit, around 14 seconds, 16 seconds. I believe 16 it was. And right now, only 1.8. Is there still enough tire left? Is there still enough fuel left for both cars? First of all, to make it until the end, to keep pushing. And we're already on lap 93, so they're going to come in this lap. And that's going to be the number 5 in the lead still. Oof, yeah. But it's going to be so close. So ridiculously close. Into the S's coming down, and yeah, you can start the next stream, Jaeger, when they come in. Who's going to be the next streamer? You?
I'm streaming, so we will stay, of course, this 1.1 part, but I will now prepare the driver swap sequence.
Yeah. Okay, good. We can see that the gap is 1.7 seconds, and I think the big oomph out of the soft tires is gone. A bit of a drop off over there, and it stayed about 1.6 seconds. A better exit coming out of the corner number 7 onto the back straight for the Aston 20, but the number 5 is going to come in as the leader, but only with a gap of 1.7 seconds after 2 hours of a race. Oh, no, there's no fuel anymore. No fuel for the number 5. Oh, at a 20. Oh, nearly losing it coming into the pit. Is that going to be... Oh, there is 0% left in the number 20. And 45 is going to come in as well. The gap was only 1.5 seconds, I believe. But a bit of difficulty coming in for the number 20 as well. And we can see that the 45 will come in. Whoa, nearly crosses the pit lane entry. You got to be careful there as well. And here is the 45 in third, and gap over 25 seconds behind. Now the 77 still racing, of course, was a full lap back. This still has to do another lap. And we can see that in the picture-in-picture that the 45, the number 5 car is already out. Phew! Jake can drive on fumes, says Raf. Okay.
So yeah, Valkyrie for Project 1 Racing now behind the wheel and took less fuel than Macho Monkey for the number 5 car. So interesting, so they're right behind. That's close. Half a second, the gap.
Yeah, you can take over. The 77 is in as well, and we've got the number 3 coming in. So put it fully on your screen.
Yeah, we'll wait just for a little moment to get at least up to P5, 6 for the swap, and then we'll go full screen.
Yeah, the number 3 in right now, and the 66 coming into the last chicane of lap 93. Peeling into the pit at this moment. That difficult pit entry, especially with lag. It looks like everybody's cutting the grass over there, whilst it's not. And coming in as well, and let's see, we've got Hidde on the back street, the 764. Yeah, nearly everybody is in already. We only have the 764 and the 69.
So let me check. I think now we should have everything with sound and stuff going on. So let me quickly just change to stint number 2 as well on the graphics, and here we go. So we're live with stint number 2, and Macho Monkey, a little gap. Half a second gained on that out lap. So the number 5 car leading. Number 20 right behind, both on the racing medium tire compound. Then the 45 car with Lemony in P3. That's 34 seconds roughly. And in P4 we have the 77 Porsche for Race Asylum Black with JP driving in VR, as always, I guess. So, at least for the team Lucas for Grid Life Racing, the number 3 Porsche in P5, and the 66 GTR for GT Finland Racers Yeli out on track. Another 20 seconds the gap to P5. In P7 We have the 35 car disconnected on the previous stint, back on track. Toto Wolff now driving for Loose Moose Racing. Also the 64 is back with us, the AMG. For Sector 7 Racing, Mick Cougar, it's Ruzix now driving. And the 764 Aston Martin for Sector 7 Racing, Boomers Turbo. Now on track we have the 69 BMW run by the Apex Hunter Racing team, Lemons. And our championship leaders with the very early disconnect in stint number 1. Now with 3 minutes 26 seconds the gap. Antonio now having to do a lot of work to get that car further up the grid order. And it looks like Macho Monkey a bit more pace at the start of this stint. 2 seconds the gap to P2. However, this would be the battle to watch again. So we saw in stint number 1 that Project 1 Racing were doing the medium soft strategy for their driver stint, and the number 5 Sector 7 Racing Esports doing the one-stop medium, and it was very close between them, roughly 1.5 seconds separating them before the driver swap. Interesting to see. So yeah, for those new to this event, 12 hours in total, separated into 6 stints, roughly 2 hours each, will be set to a fixed set of lap times. The first lap will be an in lap, so the drivers for the driver swap wait in the pit lane to get the go signal from their teammate, and then they race up until the penultimate lap. So in this case it will be lap 93, where they drive into pit lane again and then hand that car over to the next driver in the upcoming stint. So yeah, each stint roughly 2 hours in length. That is the idea behind it. And all compounds are available for the drivers to use in the race, but the racing medium tire compound has to be used in every driver stint. So those are the regulations. We have then the usual stuff: tire wear, fuel consumption set at ×1, so no crazy multipliers. We have a refueling speed of 3 liters per second. And then of course it is run with heavy damage. So this is the setup. And now let's run down the order after the driver swap sequence and have a look. So Macho Monkey extended his lead up to 3.5 seconds now. P2, it's the Project 1 Racing number 20 blue, black, red Aston Martin. In P3 we have Last Minute Racing, Lemony, now in control of the car. Nissan GTR for the team. And it looks like we just have, yep, so top 3, top 4 are all on mediums. We will have a look at this when we get through the grid order. But yeah, the top 3 teams are on the lead lap, and P4, the 77 crew, already 1 lap down. That's currently JP for Racer Silent Black in the 77 Porsche 911. Lucas then for Grid Life Racing, the number 3 Porsche in P5, catching JP. So the battle of the Porsches might be happening very soon. Also on the mediums in P6, it's the 66 GTR run by the GT Finland racers. Yali 20 odd seconds behind P5. Bigger gap to the 35 Aston Martin. Toto Wolff, part of the Loose Moose Racing team. It's P7 also on the mediums. So far we don't have a Racing Soft tire compound being used, but we'll wait. Maybe someone towards the end of this grid is using the softs. So yeah, Rusic's using the mediums, the 64 AMG for Sector 7 Racing, the Cougar. Here we go, the first driver on the Racing Softs. It is Turbo in the 764 Aston Martin for Sector 7 Racing Boomers, aka the Boomer Mobile. So pushing on those softs now, closing that gap to the 64 Sector 7 Racing team. So inner team battle between the two teams from Sector 7 Racing incoming, maybe. Lemons for Apex Hunter Racing in the 69 BMW in P10 is on the mediums. And we have Adriano close that gap. 4.5 seconds the gap for the 44 car, Esports Race Asylum. If you have a look at the bottom of your screen, you see the current championship standings, and that car is the championship leader currently, and suffered a very unlucky disconnect in the first stint. Now have to fight their way back in this race. So 4.5 currently, and Adriano also on the medium tire compound. So race situation, so 10 drivers on the mediums, 1 driver is using the softs currently. And we are missing 3 teams on the grid today. So that's why we're running with 11. And for the penultimate round of the GT Endurance Championship 2025, brought to you by the International Racing Organization here, so 12 hours here at Road Atlanta, and next month we have the season finale. It will be the 24 hours at Spa-Francorchamps. And looking at the current race situation with the number 5 car in the lead, and looking maybe at a potential race victory today. So they're currently sitting P2 overall and could retake the championship lead again after this round. Also, we have close gaps in the battle for P3 overall, so I can actually bring up the championship order. The standings currently on the right hand side, you see that it's just 21 points between P1 and P2, so good chance definitely for Sector 7 Racing Esports to take the lead. And then the battle for P3, it's just like 4 points separating those 3 teams, with Grid Life Racing, Last Minute Racing and Project 1 Racing on. Also interesting for this race with Project 1 Racing running currently in P2. Also, they gained some bonus points for putting the car on pole position yesterday. So they think they're running virtually P3 overall with the 45 car, not too far behind. P3 currently overall. And the third car in that mix is the number 3, Grid Life Racing. Currently Lucas then hunting down JP in the 77 Porsche 911. So this is something to watch for the upcoming minutes. If you look at the lap times, you see that Lucas has more pace currently and bringing that gap down under 7 seconds currently. So shouldn't take him more than 6-7 minutes probably to be right behind JP. And Macho Monkey with the fastest lap of that stint so far. 6 seconds the gap. So that opening couple of laps in that stint number 2 very promising for the number 5 Lexus. Their gap from half a second after the pit stop to 6 seconds now at the end of lap number 13. Oh, that rear was a bit loose. Instantly losing 2-3 tenths on that uphill. Right-hander. Oh, Lemony all by himself in P3. Doing consistent lap times. Just ignore the 1:21.2 on lap 10. But then it's 18s all the way. JP now lapping high 1 minute 19s, whereas Lucas being a second per lap quicker currently in P5. Also Yeli with some solid lap times, mid 1:18s now, high 18 this time. Getting into the rhythm, into the flow now. 35 Aston Martin Loose Moose Racing also suffered a disconnect in the first stint. Now running in P7. The gap to P6 is big, and the gap to the car behind just under 7 seconds. And Turbo on those racing soft tires currently pushing. Maybe he can help Rusix in the sister Sector 7 racing team, the Mikugar AMG, and also to close the gap to Toto Wolff and Loose Moose Racing. So this could be interesting. The 764 Aston Martin chasing the 35 Aston Martin on track currently, so 6 seconds roughly the gap between the two. Then Rusix in the 64 AMG in P9. Lemons then for HR in P10, the 69 Beamer. Losing a little bit of time compared to Adriano. Gained a second over those last 3-4 laps. Let's get a little bit of it on board. So Adriano behind the 66 car. I think they're quite similar on pace. Adriano maybe a little bit quicker at this stage. Of course, he can unlap himself. Does he have the run the overspeed to do so? The gap to Lemons slowly coming down. 3.3. A smooth turn 1. Carried the speed. Now right behind that other Nissan GTR, and we could see a move. Yeli not fighting. This was not for position. Adriano just unlapped himself from the 66 car, but lost a little bit of time doing so. 2 lemons, so the gap up to 3.7 again. Now he needs to have a good lap to clear the blue flags. If he cannot do so, then he needs to let Yeli pass again. We saw he was catching, so a bit more pace currently. I don't think that Yeli will be complaining too much about it. A quick look towards the front of the grid. 7 seconds, that gap now. And Valk in P2. Some odd 1 minute 19s on the right hand side showing that's an indicator that a small penalty was served and on those laps. Yeah, we touched on that. Easy to pick up one of those track limit penalties around Road Atlanta here, and that's why you need to find the balance. So pushing and keeping it clean, avoid those penalties. I think Lemony had the same thing going on. Lap 16, 19.9. When the hunt is slowed down a little bit, JP keeping that 7-second gap to Lucas. Oh, had a 23.6 on lap 15, so that's 4 seconds slower. And another penalty. The gap to Yeli is still big enough, though nothing to worry about. And let's see, Total Wolf versus Turbo, the two Aston Martins. 4 seconds, the gap. The Turbo is pushing the Boomermobile. Currently the only driver on the racing softs, but making good use of the tire advantage, definitely. So gaining on the 35. Shouldn't take that long, I reckon, to get at least into slipstream range. Rusix 4, Mick Hugar, 7 Sector Racing. Now lost the slipstream, it's 2.3 on the mediums, so that race should come back to them a bit later in the stint. And the gap between Lemons and Adriano is still just over 3 seconds. Lemons, yeah, with a very solid run so far in that M6. We still see the blue flag overlay. Well, I think Adriano pulled the gap now, so he should have proven to the stewards as well that he is the faster driver currently. And pushing again 3/10 in Sector 1 for the S's on the 69. It's a very long way to go, of course, for the 44 crew. P11 currently what's the best they can hope for in this race after that brutal disconnect on the first stint. Is top 5 possible? It's still 9.5 hours and a bit to go. So many things can happen, of course, in this race. So now let's have a look at the gap P5 to P11. But that's 1 minute 30 currently. I don't think that's out of the window. Just yeah, push, see what will happen. So this is now shaping up to be a battle for position. The two Aston Martins. Turbo chasing the Toto Wolff for that P7 spot. And we're under 2 seconds. Still has the tire offset with the soft tires carrying more speed, and through the first turn. Coming out of the S's, maybe get into the 1.5 second range. Just. Now 1.2, 1.3 roughly. So he should pick up a little bit of a toe. Now down on the long back straight. Another couple of tenths gained. Less than a second now. Oh, it's getting closer to that fight. Question is, will Toto Wolff fight that position? Does he know the turbo is on the racing softs? So getting close now before the long backstretch coming out of turn 6 and 7, and it's 8/10, so won't be enough to go for a move into the chicane, so has to be patient and wait at least for one more lap. It is 7/10 then before the braking zone. Getting the run, we saw in the previous laps, turn 1 advantage for Turbo, and once again gained 2/10. Hit that apex on that blind right-hander. Less than half a second now. Oh, nice run. Also coming. They're out of turn number 5 now. 2/10. Turn 6 and waiting for the exit. Turn 7 early on the power. Don't lose the rear. And now go with 3.5. This might be just enough by the end of the straight. Toto Wolff going defensive. But now the slipstream will help a Turbo. And Toto Wolff not defending the inside line. And here we go, Turbo up a position. The Boomer Mobile P7, Loose Moose Racing P8. The gap to the 64 Cougar AMG for Sector Racing. 3.7 seconds now. Oh, a little bit of dirty air. Toto Wolff very close to the edge. They're touching the grass and going off track so easy. The exit of turn 1, the fast uphill corner. And yeah, that cost him under 3 seconds, the gap to the AMG. No. Oh, could get interesting. Turbo pulling the gap, 6/10 already, should be safe. And for the run down the straight, we go back to the lead, where we see Macho Monkey for the Sector 7 Racing Esports team, the Lexus RCF, extending that lead 9.4 seconds. Now the gap to Valkyrie in P2 for Project 1 Racing in that Aston Martin, another 41 seconds. Then to Lemony for the last minute racing team, the 45 Nissan GTR in P3. And here we go, next battle incoming between the two Porsches. JP for Race Asylum Black in the 77 Porsche, and Lucas and in the number 3 Crit Light Racing Porsche. Under 2 seconds the gap. So after that little mistake, we saw Lucas where he lost 4 seconds. He's back on track and not far off striking distance. Gaining through the S's, 1/2 both drivers being part of Race Asylum, but driving for different teams in the IRO GTEC season. Lucas struggling a little bit again, pushing too much, maybe tires overheating a little bit. 2 seconds, so not ideal middle sector for the number 3. The 77 will stay in P4 for at least one more lap. It's 2 0.1 seconds. In P6, it's the 66 car. Still under 10 seconds, that gap. And turbo 1.2 now. 1 second coming out of turn 7. And it looks like a little mistake or a penalty to be served. No, Rusix was within 3 seconds for a 0.4. It is, yeah, this lap. 2 seconds down. A little whoopsie maybe. First sector, DSs, somewhere around that. Since the overtake, Toto Wolff staying with turbo. Or sometimes it's better maybe to follow a car. You get a bit of a reference and gets you zoned in maybe a bit more if you follow a car compared to always having to look into your mirrors. Lucas once again close the gap. 1.2 now. Less than a second. This could be promising to get that gap roughly to half a second and then set up a move the following lap. We'll see a 10th. Good exit. Gaining in the slipstream range now. A little snap. Good quick hands to correct it. And it's a 10th when he crosses the line. Oh, look at the glare. Ah, I'm blinded. Ooh, hit that inside curb. Don't think that's the best way to take the first turn. Maybe got distracted by that sun glare. Oh, second through the S's. A bit wide. We see blue flags, but no car right behind them. So I cannot get that close. I will stay with this battle of the Porsches, of course. We see in the distance on the track map as well some more blue arrows, so traffic being a factor definitely for this race. So next attempt, a 10th, good run out of turn 1 for JP. Now into the S's we go, keeps it at 8/10 roughly. Oh, important exit out of turn number 5. Carry the speed but don't run too wide, and JP with the personal best. Also Lucas pushing now down to 6/10. Once again, turn 6 and 7, especially turn 7, so important for the long run down the back straight. And Lucas gained another 10th. Gaining in the slipstream now. Half a second. And less. But then maybe struggling a little bit with the dirty air in that final sector. He's staying close now for 10th. This could be a setup. Oh, bit of understeer noticeable. But it's now really close. 2/10 gets the run. Will he go for the move before turn 6? Oh, giving JP a little bit of a notch. So waiting for the back straight. And this should be close enough. Or is it? Last time I think 3/10 is where you should be. The corner exit. It was 4/10 this time. JP defending, nope. Not really. Giving Lucas the inside line. And through he goes. The number 3 car up to P4. And the 77. P5 it is Yeli. Gaining on both of the Porsches. 8 seconds. The gap now. And fuel and tires coming towards the end for Turbo in that first stint of driver stint number 2. So 2-3 laps maybe before we see that car pitting for service. So gap between Toto Wolff and Rusix, the 35 and the 64 stays roughly at 4 seconds. And we did miss the overtake. Adriano, I think, got past Lemons. It's 26 seconds the gap to the next car. And 5.5 for Lemons. So yeah, first driver to go for the pit stop, a scheduled pit stop at least. It will be this one. And it looks like they're going for maybe soft to medium. Can they stretch tires and fuel to get away with a one stop, or will it be soft medium or soft medium soft, whatever combination? So we have to bear in mind the medium tire compound has to be used, so they cannot go all out softs in that stint. They're still running. Fuel maybe good for 2 more laps, maybe 3, stretch it. Tires, yeah, 2 to 3 laps should be fine. So rest of the grid on those mediums. So if they're going for that one stopper, looking at laps 43, 44, maybe the earliest time for that pit window to open. Ideally probably lap 45, 46, and to make that one stop really work. And interesting to see what the number 20 car has in mind. So on that first stint, they went for medium, soft, soft. I can tell you that the tire were looking better on that Aston Martin compared to the Lexus, but the fuel looking better for the Lexus compared to the Aston Martin. So, yeah, of course, a bit of different car setups as well, and the general characteristics of those cars. But pure pace, not much difference between the cars and the drivers, what we've seen so far over this weekend. So 9 seconds it is, the gap. P3, we still have the 45 crew running. Ooh, close, nearly touched the grass. And yeah, 45 right behind the number 3 on track, so but in front in the standings, so nearly 1 lap gap then for Lemony and Last Minute Racing. Oh, there's a 44 car, yeah, Adriano right behind the 45 as well. And that's 2 laps down at the moment for the 44. But they're having a bit more pace. Ooh, nearly lost the rear. It snapped. So sometimes the curbs are quite tricky, especially through the S's. We saw that on stint 1 where the 45 car had 2 incidents in that first sector, losing the car and also getting a little bit of damage. The second incident. We could see maybe an unlapping maneuver very soon. Lemony went wide. I think that's an opportunity for Adriano now to set up a move. Now if you can keep that gap, then you should get the run on the back straight. And you should be close enough now. Now let's see. Slipstream should help, and turbo is in. So, what's the decision now? Stay behind? Send it. He sends it into the chicane, inside line. And feels like, yes, more pace. Oh, the 45 car doesn't have... Ooh! Like a car close enough around them for precision, but that dirty air, we struggled a little bit, of course. So pit exit, and it's racing softs again for turbo, and the 764 crew dropped down to P11 now after the pit stop. Macho Monkey's keeping that 9-second gap now. To Valkyrie, who's doing a good job looking after the tires. Not gonna lie, but is it really needed? If they replicate a strategy from stint number 1, then they will go to softs again. Or maybe they switch strategies and go medium. We don't know. We saw that on-lapping move, Adriano versus Lemony. Lemony is still in P3 for last-minute racing. The other LMR team, 51 seconds the gap to P2 and a minute to the leaders. Lucas in P4 now. What happened? JP dropped down to P6. Yeli got past the Race Asylum driver. When did it happen? Yeah, lap times a bit yo-yoing. 22, 20s, 90s, 21. And Yeli running high 18s, low 19s most of the time. So the 66 car up position running P5 now, and we're getting closer towards the pit stop window. P7 goes to the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, Total Wolf. Ruzik's gained some time again, back within slipstream range. Let's go on board with the AMG. Both get a little bit sideways. Less than a second now. Ooh, hold it, hold it. Oh. Again, rear getting loose now. Ruzik's pushing too much. He is right behind the 35 now, and once again on the very edge. That car having to correct the massive oversteer. Still keeping the distance to the Aston Martin in front. There's some bit of scruffy laps, and tire wear slowly kicking in as well. And it shows once again. So Road Atlanta, a tricky course to master, and not many overtaking opportunities. You have to capitalize on those few. It looks like a solid exit for Toto Wolff, gaining the exit of turn 7 onto the back straight and carrying that momentum all the way down the back straight. Adriano got another overtake done on, that's Lucas, so making some progress, not for position yet, but yeah, doing what he can do and just putting in some fast lap times. Ten seconds, 2 lemons for AHR. Another 6, roughly 2 turbo, who pitted already. Soft, too soft it is currently. And for the boomers. So when we will see the next pit stops. And here we go, Valkyrie. Lap 44 for the leaders, and now what's it gonna be?
I want to know as well.
You want to know as well. It's a short refuel, so I guess it will be the softs. We have to wait for the pit exit and to see the graphics updated as well. And yep, here we go. Soft it is for Valkyrie, going for the same strategy and as stint number 1. We're still staying in P2 though. Now 47 seconds, that gap to Macho Monkey. So if I remember correctly, on the first stint it was 1 lap later when the number 5 car pitted. Or maybe that's the same, there's a bit of traffic in front of the 5 car. Maybe that might be a perfect moment then to say I don't want to deal with getting past those back markers. Are they fighting for position? I don't know. Don't think so. The 764 is a lap behind the 77, so it's not for position. But ooh, I just saw that we go side by side into turn number 6, and Macho Monkey right behind, coming out of turn 7. So does he really want to fight with those, or just say, yeah, I can pit now, it's fine? We will find out in a couple of seconds. The fuel will allow them to do one more lap, but is it worth it? Yeah, he stayed out. Okay, interesting. Blue flag zone, so he could get past. Oh no, oh no, that wasn't ideal. That wasn't ideal at all. That cost him definitely half a second to a second, I reckon. So blue flag zones, and that should apply to JP now. So there was the blue flag zone, the start finish straight, and you should yield. The next blue flag zone coming out of the S's, this time making Macho Monkey work for that money. Again, JP, that's no, not ideal for that 5. No. So I think the better decision would have been for Macho Monkey and the 5 to come in the previous lap, avoid all this traffic.
Oh, 5 for 7, please.
But yeah, hindsight is always a good thing. Oh, he stayed out for one more. Oh, he's stretching that stint quite a bit.
That is a 5 for 7, please.
Here we go. It was brewing for some minutes, and now once again Toto Wolff can rely on that good acceleration out of turn 7 for the back straight, so keeps that 0.3 of a gap. And it's probably tricky to get any closer through the final turn and turn number 1 with a little bit of dirty aero wash incoming. So you need to be close coming out of the S's and then before the back straight. That would be the ideal setup for an overtake. A little bit of grass, but shouldn't slow him down. Yeah, the rear stepping out again. 0.3 though. That could be the distance you need. And now Macho Monkey is in. Both with a little wiggle coming out of 7. But yeah, the Aston Martin again pulling away at the exit. And let's see, where is Valkyrie? Oh, Valkyrie is right behind that battle. 42 seconds the gap to Macho Monkey, who is still filling up the car and going. So that should be the one stop confirmed. Medium, I reckon.
And you said that Valkyrie went on the softs, right?
Yep, he's on the softs, yep.
Okay, then my info isn't correct.
Yep, you joined late, so he's definitely on the softs. And he jumped Macho Monkey. No, but he has to pit again compared to the number 5 crew back out on the mediums. So that's 10 seconds now. 45 is in now as well.
Wolf, 35 on the 64.
Yep, side by side restriction and blue flags showing. So that's Valkyrie, yeah, right behind race leader. It's spicy. Oh, and Rusik's going off throttle very early. That's very well played, extremely fair play, I'd say.
Yeah. And
And he was so close to the 35 and Toto Wolff. But now, next blue flag zone incoming. Oh, Toto Wolff pitting.
Yep.
And Rusik staying out for one more, at least. Maybe 2, looking at the fuel. So who are we still missing? Lucas. Yeah, low on fuel. Might be pitting now. Let's wait. Ooh, that looked shaky, that pit entry. DT cross. The solid white lines. There's JP also very low on fuel. So could be pit stop also. Yeah, going to the right hand side early and taking an easy pit entry. Oh, Yeli pitted. And he should jump JP again. The pit stop. We'll have a look at the pit exit for the number 3 car. Will we see that painful 3-second penalty overlay appearing or not? It looks like it is stayed within the track limits. And Yeli brought that gap down to Lucas. Just 3.4 seconds now. We're at earlier on roughly 8-9 seconds. So let's have a look. The fuel, yeah, roughly the same. So they could be fighting. And for position, JP, P6 now coming out on a new set of medium tires, that is. And the 64 is in now. So was the undercut or the overcut more powerful? Rusix with one more lap compared to Toto Wolff, who's now crossed the finish line, comes around turn number 1. Rusix on the pit exit. It is close between the two. Rusix got his nose in front for now, but Toto Wolff, of course, carrying more speed uphill. Less than a second, so part 2 after the pit stop of that battle incoming. And but now it looks like the overcut was better, maybe also the AMG a bit better with the fuel. And struggling, tires a little bit cold maybe, but should be okay, I think, for the back straight. It's half a second. Toto Wolff gaining in the slipstream now. His tires definitely up to temperature. After that one lap, he's not close enough for now. And it's close, 3/10. Rusix with a narrow line. Compromised run through the final turn. Less than 2/10. Showed his nose diving down the inside, it's upside. Oh, nearly rear contact. Woo. Breathe. Breathe. Survive. Ooh. That was close. But both cars stayed on track. And we continue with this fight for P8. So once again, 3/10, and the car behind could get a look at a move into the chicane, but it's 6/10 now. Not an ideal exit for Toto Wolff behind, gaining in the slipstream range now, but won't be enough. So half a second, roughly. Both are on the medium tire compound, on the same strategy. And again, the car getting loose uphill.
Off. 45 off.
Lemony with a big moment. Ghosting was involved, yeah. But no damage, so can you get a replay? See what happened?
I think he
oh yeah, he got distracted, yeah, so. And then the gravel struck, goes sideways, and then now it wasn't even ghosting, it was just a move. He didn't lose position, but he lost some time, and he's now a lap down. So we just have the top two now on the lead lap. And the race situation, it is Project 1 Racing in the number 20 Aston Martin on the soft tires, now leading 12.6 seconds. That gap to the number 5 Sector 7 Racing Esports Lexus RCF on the racing medium tire compound. So the leaders.
Last time, that gap of 14 seconds when he went in, that was for the Project 1 car, and then came back with 16 seconds behind. So if you can pull out at 20 seconds, then it's possible to regain the time.
Okay, so we keep that in mind. So Valkyrie, if he wants to have a shot at leading the race before the next driver swap, roughly 20 seconds the gap should be needed then to get at least close to number 5 car. So that's, he's 7 seconds off that target for now. And Airbud running mostly 1 minute 17 so far. Low 1 minute 18s for Macho Monkey and the number 5. I think that is a very, very solid pace on racing mediums. Again, two strategies will come together towards the end of that stint. Should be interesting. In P3, yeah, we saw that little mistake into the gravel, but no damage, just lost some time for the 45 car. Then in P4, Lucas for Grid Life Racing, keeping that gap now roughly at 4 seconds to Yeli for the 66 crew, both on the mediums, also same strategy towards the end of that stint. Then in P6 it's the 77 Race Asylum Black Porsche 911 JP, 2.2 seconds, just that gap to Turbo in the 764 Aston Martin, who are also running on the Racing Softs. So they went soft so far. So a medium stint still needed. And for Turbo, so he might get an overtake down on JP. Probably won't get the gap then to stay in front after that next pit stop. But so far I think a fun stint for Turbo. Soft, so pushing that Aston Martin around the track at Road Atlanta. Well, doing some overtakes. And the closing speed. Look at that, 3/10. He's not close enough to go for a move yet. He gets such a better run. Maybe into turn number 1 already. It's a risky move. Turn 1. Stays behind for now. Probably waiting for the back straight. Two and a half tenths, that is a nice little gap, maybe too close now. So, see, yeah, nearly touched the rear, and then boom, you lose half a second. The run, 3/10, now gaining. Look at the difference between the Porsche and the Aston Martin. And Turbo inside line for the chicane, and through he goes. P6 for now. Looking at the fuel and tires, yeah, still okay. So how much upper gap can he pull to JP? It's definitely for position later on in this stint. We have Rusix in P8 and Toto Wolf in P9 still close together. A second separating those two. So the 64 in P8 and the 35 in P9 it is. And we shouldn't forget Adriano, who is also having a really nice stint. Starting P11, he just gained one position, but gaining some time on the competitors in front. Last time we checked, it was 24, 25 seconds, the gap to the next car. That went down to 11.6 currently. So
that's really an amazing stint from Adriano.
Yeah,
that's really amazing. Wow.
Part one of the comeback. You need 4 more parts of it. And for the 44. But yeah, definitely first step. It's done. And Valkyrie right behind. So we saw that and have a look at the gap to Macho Monkey. 14.4. About a 1 minute 18. That's not what you want to have on soft tires if you are rooting for P1R. Oh, 17.5, that's more like it. Now, how long can Valkyrie run? It's probably mainly an issue with the fuel. But so far, I say at roughly 10 laps. Don't know if they want to, or so they will go on to the soft tire compound again, and maybe don't overuse that instead of soft tires. Maybe you're losing too much time then if you're running them for too long. But they'll have their strategy sorted out, pretty sure. So, the gap roughly 15 seconds, so on track, and Macho Monkey facing some lap traffic now down the back straight. There's a big blue flag zone, of course, and it should be an easy overtake. And don't think lost any time there. But there's some more cars.
Fight for 4th place.
Oh yeah!
66 are fighting for
Look at that,
place.
yeah. Suddenly, Yeli right behind Lucas.
And I did a quick math. If the 44 car wants to get place 6, they have to gain another 41 seconds on that. And if they want to go for place 5 and even 4, it's just about a minute.
Okay,
So they can get back to 4th place if they keep going like this.
a big if, yeah. with 8 hours, 40 minutes to go. Yeah, I mean, 1 minute doesn't sound too bad, to be honest, like with the distance remaining. But yeah, it's still a big gap, of course, at this stage of the race.
True.
Oh, and Yelena really close, 2/10 out of the chicane, up to 4 now, final turn. And Ares Gaming, I will check with JP's input soon, so we'll just stay with this
Checking already.
battle now. So under half a second again. some dust from the car in front. That's Macho Monkey with a little mistake maybe. Good traction from the Porsche out of turn 7 once again, helping them to stay in front.
I'll check the input for a lap now from JP. And it all looks good. All looks good to me. No lagging and no brake on the straights.
That was a little bit of a jump, Lucas. Right to left, left to right. And we're back at 4 or 5 tenths, and with some cars not too far ahead there could get spicy once again. But I think the 2 cars are Lemony and Macho Monkey. So probably roughly the same pace. So they can probably focus on their battle. And again, Porsche with a good exit. Now the Nissan gaining towards the end of the straight. And it's not enough. Well, this can continue probably for quite some time. And approaching the final third of this stint. The gap stays half a second. Let's see the gap. Valkyrie to Macho Monkey 15.7, so going up still between the 2 drivers. The fuel getting lower now, but I don't think Valkyrie can reach that 20 seconds. So back to Grid Life Racing versus GT Finland Racers. Battle for P4.
I think he didn't understand me. There you go.
Maybe.
Race gaming, yeah.
So
Maybe I'm a bit too soft, yeah.
no, we couldn't see any weird inputs, and on when we were watching JP. So once again, can Yeli find the perfect moment? And it is down to turn 7. So if Lucas keeps on getting this good exit, and it will be tough for Yeli. This time he's really close now. 3/10. Oh, and onto the grass. That was a little mistake Yeli needed. And 3/10 now. Don't think Lucas can defend it now. That little touch the grass. And Yeli inside line already alongside before the braking zone. And should have track position to make that move stick. Up by position P4 it is, but it's not over. It's not over. Now Shaky being the hunter. It's Lucas, not Shaky. Sorry, Grid Life Racing. So confused. Now Yeli on the inside. Compromised run for number 1. A little bit of contact between the 2. The 66 stays in front. Just. Lucas now where is the opportunity. The gap between P1 and P2, 15, 16 seconds now. So we are expecting Valkyrie to pit within the next couple of minutes. And this should mean that the number 5 Macho Monkey will retake the lead. 7/10 now. Yeti pulling a little bit of a gap. Now roughly a second, and that could be the end of this fight for now. So we'll have a quick look at the rest of the Grid Turbo in 6th position on worn soft tires, low on fuel. So we'll be pitting soon. Now has nearly 17 seconds to JP. So this might still be a battle for position towards the end of that stint. And Rusix in P8, 4.5 seconds. The gap to JP also catching. In the AMG, Toto Wolff, 2.5 seconds. The gap lost the slipstream. And also that Adriano guy in the 44 is pushing 7 seconds just the gap to P9. So
Is he on mediums?
Yep.
Okay, good to know.
Adriano on mediums, Toto Wolff on the mediums. And Lemons in P11 in the BMW. 21 seconds currently the gap. But keeping is race close still. Can stay with Lucas currently. Yeah, hang in there. So the fuel very low for Valkyrie. Could do one more, I reckon. And the gap just under 16 seconds to Macho Monkey. We see the lap times now 1 minute 18. So probably now the softs are not that good anymore. Crossover point maybe reached now between softs and mediums. Yeah, also Macho Monkey did a 17.9 on mediums and then low 118s. Yeah. What?
Yeah. That number 5 car has some drivers in it for the first 2 stints. My God.
Yep. Still the top 2 on the lead lap. Everyone else at least 1 lap down. With the 45 still running in P3. And the gap to P4. That's a lap and a bit. Yeah.
By the way, if you want to see another good fight coming up with all the medium runners, you've got Rusix catching JP.
Yep.
Toto Wolff staying in touch with Rusix, and Adriano catching Toto Wolff. So that's going to be quite a close battle.
You're on at 1.2 now for the 64 behind the 77. Starting their lap 66. And Valkyrie is in now. So that's
16.1 seconds.
Yeah, that's 18 laps to go then for the leaders before the pit stop. 18 flying laps on softs. And for Project 1 Racing.
44%.
And we have a look at the gap. and 2 Macho Monkey. It's just leaving pit lane now. Oh, got lucky, no cars around them.
It's going to be a big gap.
Yep. It's, oof, 22.5 seconds. So we go to... Oh, they're side by side. Rustic 64 on the inside line. JP on the outside. And the 64 moves up 1 spot. P7. Turbo also, or probably on their in lap. That's 21 seconds, so he will drop behind Rusix and JP, and also Toto Wolff, pretty sure. Let's see if he can slot in between Toto Wolff and Adriano. But this is close, yeah, in the mid-pack. And all drivers on the medium tire compound so far. JP with a little bit of a wiggle.
Yeah, and I think a penalty. Yep, there it is.
Oh, yep. That brings Toto Wolff right into slipstream range. Yeah. The painful penalty zone on that long straight. And here we go. Toto Wolff 1.3, 1.2 before the chicane. Adriano under 5 seconds. That gap. So we wait, and for Turbo, we're still doing another lap, but this has to be the last one in the stint. Otherwise, they will be running out of fuel. And you don't want to see that happening.
Nice comeback from the 64 as well.
Yeah, they also suffered a disconnect. Oh, Toto Wolff pushing a 10th. Adriano under 4 seconds. It's bunching up again. And Turbo in now for the Boomers. So that's 21 second gap to Rusix won't be enough. He needs to put in fuel as well. So the 64 will gain 1 spot. What about JP and Toto Wolff? 77 and the 35. Coming round, we see Turbo refueling. Still in pit lane. Adriano as well comes around the first turn. And Turbo on pit exit. When? Now. And yeah, medium, so that slow refuel rate definitely. Ooh, there was ghosting. Holy moly. Macho Monkey. That could have been disaster. With the other Sector 7 racing team coming out of pit lane. Near crash. So
Yeah, meanwhile you see the gap between the number 1 and number 2 in the race did not come down.
nope.
And that's mostly because Valkyrie had a half-second penalty
Yeah, I see that.
last lap.
1 minute 18.6. Yeah. Let's see, JP versus Toto Wolff. Ooh, inside line for the Aston Martin, saying hello to the rear bumper, but backing out of it for now. That opens up the gap to Rusix. 5 seconds already. And Adriano just 2 seconds, so whew, Toto Wolff in danger, I'd say, on the car behind. 1.5 seconds now. He needs to get that move done. It's 7/10 for now. A bit deep, maybe. Turn 6. Can he bring it back? 7. Okay, exit. But giving Adriano some slipstream, maybe. 6/10. He won't be close enough, I think, to go for the move yet. So half a second, the end of the straight. And JP, Toto Wolff and Adriano. So Toto Wolff in a race asylum sandwich. Uphill we go. No, Adriano is off! Adriano was off. He avoided damage, but he went. I think maybe carried too much speed into turn number 1. Let's see what happened. Did he touch the curb? I don't know. Or just no, it just wouldn't turn. And then doing a bit of rallycross impressions. Oof, that was a bit of a moment. Now Toto Wolff right behind JP on the straight, and that straight line speed, the Aston Martin. Nothing JP can do about it. Already before the braking zone. Oh, JP on the inside line defending it. Oh, and there was still a bit of near contact at least. In the end, the Aston Martin goes through upper position P7. Let's have a look at this sequence in the replay again. Yeah, but close racing, but I'd argue nice racing between the two. So they left each other room to survive. So Toto Wolff for now, P7, JP in the 77 in P8, and Adriano after that little scare is still in P9, has slipstream now on the back straight.
He was lucky he didn't get reset.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that can happen over there.
Yep.
And that's absolutely painful if that happens.
Ooh, JP, what are you doing? Lost the rear, but avoided contact and damage. It drops down to P9. And Adriano pushing again. Oh, that rear is sliding. Is he pushing too much now? I mean, it would be great if he can get one more position. P8 already good progress so far. P7, yeah, just up for grabs for the 44. So that's why maybe.
That's team tactics for race asylum.
You reckon? Just like it's the number 1 where they got an unlucky track limit penalty. So, what's happening at the front? Still roughly 20 seconds for the number 5 Sector 7 Racing Macho Monkey. Valkyrie doing 17s again now. But this might be too late. Nearly 20 seconds with That's 17 laps to go when they cross the line, something like that. Don't think he will gain a second on Macho Monkey per lap, so... But P2 is still in safe hands, a minute and 9 seconds the gap to the next car. It's Lamini for last minute racing. In P4 we have Yeli after the overtake. Pulled a 5-second gap on Lucas in the number 3 Grid Life racing car. And then 64 car Rusix 4 Mikuga. Also good comeback drive so far in that second stint after the disconnect. Toto Wolff, they also disconnected, and Adriano, so the 3 cars that disconnected, running P6, 7 and 8 now. And Adriano close, less than a second. This time hooks up the inside corner, uphill we go. Toto Wolff missed that chicane. That's the opportunity for Adriano now. Through the S's. 3/10. Toto Wolff struggling a little bit now. 2/10. He can rely on his top speed and good traction coming out of 6 and 7. But the gap is really close now. Adriano early on the power. Oh, nearly loses the car. Toto Wolff as well on the very edge. And initial acceleration is good in the Aston Martin. Now a slipstream versus the better top speed in the Aston, and 35 keeps that position just.
I reckon he has to do it in corner number 1, the chicane, or corner number 6, 7.
Or hope for a little mistake somewhere. Ooh, drifting it a little bit into the first turn. So through the S's, you cannot go side by side. And again, exit turn 5 could be an opportunity. Not close enough. So probably the most important corner. Now acceleration of the Martin is really good. Look at that, gained 2/10 nearly. Now the slipstream.
It slides off.
Yeah. So next stream should be up as well, so I can prepare that hopefully while we are watching this battle for position. Toto Wolff versus Adriano, Loose Moose Racing versus Esports Race Asylum.
Right on the till right now. Here they come to 6 and 7 into it, and maybe dive to the inside over here since you don't have the overspeed. He thought about it. Oh, and a bit of a drift over there from Toto Wolff, and it's done and dusted. Wow. Oi, 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 a little bit of a drift into 7 onto the back straight, and that was the opening for Adriano into 6th spot. Well, maybe in the rebound on the back straight with that top speed of the Aston Martin.
Yeah,
I think it's a little bit too far back. Oh.
we'll have a look at the replay. Yeah. Oof. But yeah.
Yeah, you can see that Toto Wolff braked on the grass, and that's why he half spun. Sure. Up the 6th again for the 44. Wow, that's quite a recovery drive.
Indeed, it is. So, what's the gap now? 52 seconds to P5. That's less than a minute. So, yeah, think positive, I guess.
Yeah, it's still less than a minute to P4.
Also true, yeah. So Turbo, who we did lose a car, right? We have 10 now. Who did we lose? Someone deceived.
Again.
It is Rusix the 64, yeah. No way.
Second time
in a row. Yeah. Yeah, we lost the 64 car. I was just wondering. So while we were running with Turbo, who is just 2.5 seconds to JP. Now, this is also, I think, not over yet. Turbo, a bit more pace currently. Mercury bringing down that gap, running 13 seconds.
half second
No.
penalty for Adriano.
What's the gap to Toto Wolff? 1.2. Okay. Oh, this could get close into the braking zone for the chicane. Yeah. Side by side. Adriano defending the outside line. It is close, but he has the better line now. No. Toto Wolff on the inside for the final turn, and Adriano should back out of it. Yep, he does that, and Toto Wolff up into 6th position. So that half-second penalty, very costly. Adriano sending it down the inside, showing his nose. Can they make it work? Compromised run for both of them, still side by side uphill, and Toto Wolff stays in front. Great racing, guys. Keep it up. So you can try to scare someone, but like going for a legit move is so tough again. On the edge.
Jeez.
No, Adriano! Whoa. So we need to have a look at this drift show once again.
Ay, ay, ay. These guys putting up a show.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Maybe overheating the tires a little bit. Too much. See, no, it was grass. It was grass. But well held. Yeah. We can expect more, I think, and also Turbo versus JP side by side through the chicane. Hip check. That's very like a Canadian thing, right? Hockey hip check, so not, of course, not intentional. In the end, Turbo got that move done. He's got the pace advantage at the moment, and moves up a position in P8. JP dropping down to P9. Lemons with a quiet race, but a steady race. And just 9 seconds behind JP. Still a couple of minutes left in this stint number 2. Lap times dropping for Metro Monkey now as well. 11.3.4 for Valkyrie. With 10 to go. Oh, getting a little bit of a toe. And down to 11.2. The tire's still looking good. So race situation still Macho Monkey for Sector 7 Racing Esports on mediums and Valkyrie for Project 1 Racing on softs. Lemony still in P3 for last minute racing. Still has this 1 lap gap to Yeli, who is right behind now. We need. Oh, that's roughly 1 minute 20 then. That gap. Lucas for Grid Life racing in P5 in the number 3 car. And let's jump back to Toto Wolff versus Adriano. Battle for P6, 35 versus 44. Aston Martin versus Nissan.
And the number 1 coming up behind as well.
That's not really helping again if you're fighting for position. You don't want to see those blue flags. Now, go away, go away. Yep. He's living on the edge, yeah.
Same coming out of corner number 5. Constantly on the absolute edge. Yeah, take a look at this. Here we goes again. 3, 2, 1. Ooh. The number 1 nearly losing it as well.
Yeah, stay focused.
Oh.
That curb and the grass. Oh, again, Toto Wolff sliding it out of turn 7, but still gaining. Initially,
number 5 really gets impeded right now because these two are fighting.
I think he can't understand that they're fighting for precision. But this is now a crucial part of this race. I think under 10 seconds the gap, and for the first 2, and then this, oops, a battle raging on. The leader right behind. This one, Adriano pushing that car uphill. Maybe just the only hope is forcing Toto Wolff into a tiny little mistake.
Yeah, the number 5 car really needs to get.
Yep. Now. Again, 3/10. This could work for Adriano now. Getting the stronger slipstream now towards the end of the straight. We see in the distance the headlights flashing. And sense it! Big dive! Ooh, contact and the number 5 car in the thick of it as well. He's on the inside line now. Adriano backing out. Now for the flags. What about Toto Wolff? Oh, he's staying in front. There was a blue flag zone here. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. This is intense racing, definitely. I can't understand the motivation for the 35 car. But should he have yielded? I don't know. Now the next blue flag zone, and Adriano with the opportunity now on the inside line. He's looking. Oh, he touches the elite Macho Monkey. Oh, what poor. Woof.
And he's gonna come back the Astamart.
Yeah.
Top speed.
The top speed, exactly. Yes, 3.5 that. 3/10.
Here it comes.
Adriano has to go defensive very early. Nearly touches the grass. Ooh, but he makes it. Yeah, he gets that car stopped before the apex, and this should be now the position for the 44 P6. It is back to where are you on lap 89. Yeah, and with all that blue flag shenanigans for the number 5, it's 6.4 seconds. Just the gap to Valkyrie, who is probably also hoping that he won't be involved in that fight between Adriano and Toto Wolff. He definitely gained some time and throughout these couple of laps. So now Macho Monkey in the number 5 car has some room in front of him. Doesn't need to worry.
The 764 made another pit stop for soft tires, and Lemons is quite close to GP.
We have a quick run down the order. Let's see. Lemons, yep, he's really close. 1.3 now. And so what happened to the 764? I mean, they didn't have to use the softs anymore, right? They were soft mediums. Maybe something happened. Damage 34, 46, laps 83, 84. Maybe an incident, pit stop, and yeah, then soft tires. One second. And
oh, the 45 nearly off again. Oh, and the S's. Oh, dirty tires right now, probably a penalty. But it was lag. I think lag.
could be.
I think it's going to be perfect for Project 1 racing. He's just probably going to touch the back of Total Wolf, hopefully get passed by, but it's going to be perfect for them.
So. This new update on Streamlabs is killing me. Like, alright, it wants to insert the stream chat all the time. So it messes with my setup. Come on, it's not good. But I think
you have 3 more laps.
3 more? Yeah. Okay. Roughly. So, just preparing everything now.
Oh, the number 4 unlapped itself on the 45.
Okay, so I should be ready under 5 seconds. Yeah, I see the gap, and there's Valkyrie behind Toto Wolff now. But the gap, I think, between Toto and Adriano, oops, 1.3, so they're not as close as it was.
Oh, the 69 in the wall. Damage all over the place. Coming out of corner number 5. Oi, oi, oi.
Turn number 5. Is it? It's a long replay. Come on. Why are we getting that extra long replay? I pressed a shorter one. Okay, jumping already over the curbs to the S's. And come on, show us what happened.
Damage all over the place from bumper, rear bumper, left front suspension. Here he comes. 3, 2, 1. Oh no! It shows a different replay.
Yeah, it is. Or maybe I didn't save the replay correctly. I don't know. I'm confused.
Yeah.
Maybe it is. Alright. So 4 seconds now. And Macho Monkey on the end of the penultimate lap of this stint. So I think he should keep that lead, but again it's very close between the number 5 and the number 20 car. So under 4 seconds, final lap of this stint. Valkyrie in P2. And a lap down the 45 car, and Yeli got the move done and lapped themselves in the 66, still running P4. Lucas indeed has some damage on the front. This car has to, I think, drive now until the end of the stint. Adriano P6 for the 44 car, 3 seconds now that gap to the 35 with Toto Wolff and Loose Moose Racing. JP in P8 for the 77. Rich Salon Black Turbo in 9th position after also an additional pit stop. And Lemons with massive damage rear front. And pitting now, I think. Okay, that's unlucky. So Macho Monkey heading into the final chicane, and now hopefully driving into pit lane to perform the driver swap. Yeah, here we go. And Valkyrie right behind in P2 with 3 seconds. It is. So then Lemony will have to do one more lap, and we should have the picture-in-picture. Now you see stint 3 will be underway now very soon. So no. Oh, final lap was briefly shown. Also a bit of a glitch, maybe. Yeah, in this, I don't know. Looked weird, definitely. So, and we see some racing action in the small picture. I can tell. So the top 2 are racing again. And it looks like number 5 car still leading. 45 now coming in for the driver swap. The 66 has to go one more lap. So 45 is in. 66 the next car. And to perform the swap, another 21 seconds the gap. And to the number 3 car in P5, Lucas. Adriano under 40 seconds the gap to P5, so gaining on the cars in front. So yeah, what a stint it was, Adriano. 35 in P7, 4 seconds the gap now. The 77 in P8, the 764 in P9, and the 69 in P10. One car will disconnect, they will rejoin Then for the third stint, and the third stint we will go full screen, and it will be Tatiana on comms for you. So don't go anywhere. Racing action continues. So I think we go full screen and in a bit. So let's bring that up. And
trying to include my audio. See what's going on. We have some action on track here. Who is this? Okay, it looks like lap traffic is part of what we're seeing here. This is, of course, I'm on with the number 3 Porsche. I can't tell what car is in front of it. That Porsche unfortunately has just a default livery right now, but they are making way and letting the number 3 by the Grid Life Porsche running in a strong 5th place. And then, of course, the car behind is S7R's, the Truth Serum, who also is not on the same lap as the number 3. They're not on the lead lap there with that 5th place car. I think we're back. Okay, great. We should be good to go. Sorry about that. Yeah, interesting situation there. I changed my PlayStation's audio to my TV and back to my headset, which seemed to work out. Anyway, we're back. Thank you so much for pointing out the issue, and of course, I'm sure you guys would, because you want to hear my beautiful voice as I announce all of this stuff. What have we got going on track? I missed a couple of things. I did a rundown of everyone and their tires, but no one could hear me, so we're gonna do it again. Okay, we're looking at Ark in the PR1 Aston Martin here. He's on racing softs. He's trying his best to run away with it. That gap is 21 seconds. It is growing. It started at about 15 seconds when they first came out of the pits at the start of the stint, as Antonio Santos behind in the Sector 7 Racing Esports Lexus rather is on the racing mediums. Both drivers just clean laps, just getting up the road and whittling away the laps for their team. In 3rd place, we'll get the number 45 Last Minute Racing GTR, also on those racing mediums. Good job for them. Now, unfortunately, this GTR does not have a livery. I didn't realize that some cars' liveries were not loading. It looks like one GTR and I think a 911 that's not loading here. This is a Royceco. I believe, though, this is the number 66, the GT Finland Racers number 66. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong there. That rides in 4th place, also on mediums. I believe most drivers are going to be on the mediums. We've already had a look at this guy right here, Mr. J. Batty, in the Grid Life number 3 Porsche, sits in 5th place. And looking good. We saw he was able to get through lap traffic fairly easily. Hopefully it didn't slow him down too much. A big gap to the car ahead and behind for them, so also just trying their best to get through these laps as cleanly as possible, and of course avoid getting into it with lap traffic as much as possible. We have another GTR here that does not have the official livery on there. Akon. I'm not sure which GTR this is, and I watched a little bit of the last stint, but I didn't make a mental note of who exactly was where. But I think this driver drives for ERA, Esports Race Asylum, which might make this the 44. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. In 7th place, we've got Shadow Chef in the number 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. Not so much of a gap between themselves and the car ahead. Mr. Khan is only 4.3 seconds ahead, so we could see something from these two. But right now, Shadow Chef with the flashers on, but going through the chicane at speed. So I do not believe that is the AI driving. I think the driver is actually in there and just has pressed the button that's got the flashers on. In 8th place, S7R Fuzzy Buzzy. He's gonna get me in the group chat. And the number 764 Sector 7 Racing Boomers Aston Martin, doing great. Steven finalized, says that is the ERA GTR. I was right, so thank you very much. So Mr. Khan in the number 44 up there in 6th place. And then another S7R teammate, this time for S7R McCougars Racing Team. This is the True Serum in that beautiful AMG GT, sitting in 9th place, and right behind is the very next car in line there. That is E. Arietti. This car, of course, as you can see, has no livery, but just doing the math, it has to be the Race Asylum Black. I said Race Asylum Black car, number 77. And so those two racing very, very closely there. I believe there was some back and forth between these two teams in the previous stint. No, Toto Wolff was driving the Aston, so no, that was not this battle that I saw. I didn't see all of it, but maybe we'll see some action here. That'd be fantastic. Both are on the same tires, similar fuel and tire levels for both cars. And last place, last but not least, for some reason the timing has never fully updated. Oh, there it is, finally. It had not updated before. AHR redacted in the number 69 AHR M6 there. Apex Hunter Racing is that team. Beautiful livery for that team, very reminiscent of some old BMW Motorsport liveries. The E46 M3 GTR comes to mind, of course, which is probably the goal there. Anyway, I hope you guys are all doing great in chat. It's good to see everyone, of course. It's good to be here. Look at these races on the P1R Aston Martin, these tires rather, the fronts looking a little bit worse for the wear. We'll probably see a pit stop out of them sooner than later. That is, of course, the car ahead of them is lap traffic. That is the AHR BMW there. No, I'm sorry. That is the S7R Aston Martin. My fault. I was looking at the wrong angle. So that's the number 764. But penalty for Arc here. Can I catch the replay? I forget, my PlayStation is a little weird. Replays don't work for me since GT7 came out. I'm not lying. They don't work. We've tried everything. I've had the best broadcasters and producers in the world play with my settings and be like, I don't know. It just doesn't work. If I were on my PS4, we could do this, but I'm sorry. I chose the PS5 today. So I guess no replays for us. Hopefully we don't miss anything too pressing. You can, of course, rewind on YouTube. It's beautiful. I love this track, guys. We're at Road Atlanta. This is a 12-hour race, of course. Hopefully you guys read the title. You know what you're into. It's 12 hours, not 10. I hope you scheduled accordingly. The real-life Petit Le Mans, of course, is a 10-hour race. It takes place right here at Road Atlanta. It's a beautiful track. I am in Atlanta, so I come here fairly often. I didn't get to go to the race last weekend, though. Unfortunately, that just wasn't in the cards for me. Just a quick jump to P10. I just want to see what the situation is between these two drivers. We're going to keep it right here as they race through sunny Road Atlanta. During Petite. What a track, guys. What a track. This is my favorite kind of track. I love old school flowing tracks that follow the lay of the land. I want all the elevation change. This video game does not do this track justice. When I say the elevation changes here are dramatic, I absolutely mean it. This part of Georgia, you are just starting to get into the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. You're still several miles off. You can probably, if you get to a high point, maybe see some mountain ridges in to the north of you, to the north and west of you, but you are definitely entering hilly country. Most of North Georgia is fairly hilly, but up here you get very dramatic hills. I will say IMSA put out an amazing video just maybe a couple of weeks ago, ahead of Petit Le Mans, showing a history of Road Atlanta, and at the very end, big wiggle there for Mr. Arietti. He's able to hang on to it. It's so easy to almost lose his car in turn 5 there, but he was able to make that happen, able to keep it straight. Doesn't lose too much time to the truth. We did see the butt of that Mercedes get just a little bit smaller, but not a dramatic loss of time there, of course. But that is the closest thing to a battle that we have on this track going on right now between these teams. Anyway, yeah, check out that video. and you will see at the end there's like, I don't know, they like get in a golf cart or something. It's going really slow, but it's old footage, POV footage of a lap around the track very slowly. This is before they put in the chicane, before they put the inner pits in, and so you can really see the way the hill absolutely plummets down that back straight towards the bridge, which of course now the chicane goes under, but or the chicane, you get to the chicane and then you go under the bridge. But back then it was just literally a roller coaster drop down and then back up the hill. And the video talks about just how hard it was for GTP cars of the era, the 80s GTP cars, to stay safe in that drop. You know, it's interesting. One of the things I love about motorsport history and tracks is that tracks evolve, and sometimes they evolve for the better, and sometimes it's worse. You know, you don't like it, but they must evolve because the cars evolve. And Road Atlanta had to change dramatically because of race car technology. The cars just gotten incredibly fast, incredibly grippy, and it made the track dangerous for them. So unfortunately, you know, a big change had to happen at the rear of the track there in that last sector, but for the most part, the rest of the track is completely unchanged. And even the change that we got, the chicane, you still get that dramatic drop, you still get a dramatic downhill, like hard braking zone, and then, you know, a chicane that can absolutely catch you out, and a hill that can catch you out, where you're just looking at the sky until the hill falls away, and then all of a sudden you're staring at buildings and you realize, I'd better not go wide here. If I go wide, I'm going to end up in like the media center. It's beautiful stuff. I'm sure these drivers are enjoying the lapping. I'm sure they enjoyed practice. This is a super fun track just to lap around even and get better. It's so technical and yet so fast. It's really hard to put together two identical laps at Road Atlanta. Mr. Khan, the ERA GTR. Again, this is the number 44 car, so if that's your team, this is who you are rooting for. Right now, looking a little bit naked, but they look good. Our leader's in. Arc is in with the P1R Aston Martin, getting some fuel now. Just put on some fresh new tires. They were on the softs. Let's see what they come out on. Will they do another soft stint? Will they do another medium stint? Who knows? I have no idea. I'll admit, I've not been paying attention in the team chat. Don't know what the strategies are for any teams. And I'm with Team S7R. We have 3 teams in this race. I paid attention to no one. I don't know what anyone's doing. But it'll be interesting to see. So, 44 liters of fuel. So we had 4. Came in with 4. Now put in 40 in there and come out on the medium tire. It does come out behind Antonio Santos. About 16 seconds behind. And counting. That will continue to go up. But they do come out ahead of I thought that was someone that was racing with them, but that is not. That is, I believe, that must be Mr. Khan, actually, in the number 6 or number 44. Yes, it is. Let's see if that time between Arc and first place S7R Lexus has evened out. Yes, it's steadied out, rather. 16 seconds between the two cars. Of course, Antonio is on more worn racing mediums. They do last a little bit longer, but he's been on them since the very beginning of the stint. Those tires have 25 laps on them versus Arc's very fresh mediums. So different strategies for these drivers, but it'll be interesting to see where they come out together, as Antonio will likely have a pit stop in this stint. They have plenty of fuel right now, plenty of meat left on those tires, of course, but Arc running quicker on the track. Both, that was a little bit sketchy. Arc running quicker on the track, both before and after the pit stop for Antonio. So the chase is on. Yikes, that was a moment. Shall we find someone who's taking a lap around here? Let's do it. Let's do it. So, in turn 1 here, this is, by the way, this is, what car is this? It's GTR, but which one? We're gonna do a lap with someone else, because I've already miscalling the second and third corners. Let's find somebody else to do a lap with. Who was that I just... Well, we'll do it with my teammate. Okay, how about that? From his POV, turn 1, not too hard braking zone, kind of a flick of the brakes to try to turn that car into the apex. Turn 2 and 3 here, this little chicane situation is very tricky. The track limits are tough, and now entering those famous Road Atlanta S's. Can be full throttle here sometimes, depending on what kind of meat you got on your tires, but Truth lifting through there and on into turn 5 onto what I like to call the fast section of the track. Sector 2 is less technical. Turn 6 here and turn 7, both basically just 90-degree right-handers. Turn 7 tricky for you on the throttle if you're not careful. The Shoes makes short work of it, doing very great onto that long back straight here. You go first uphill, then a little bit of steady, and then a plunge downhill towards the chicane, as I talked about before. Here he comes, braking around the 300 board, or not 300, 150 board rather, hard into that chicane, and then you want to cut this as much as possible. Get into that dirt, get one tire into the dirt on either side to straighten that chicane out as we head towards the final turn, turn 11. Scary stuff here. You gotta commit, you gotta get the right line, but it is full throttle, and that is a lap around Road Atlanta, hopefully called decently by me. I do love it around this place. Look at these hills. Is it starting to get cloudy? It was bright and sunny when we first got here. Remember that? Remember that? Bright and sunny. It was very nice, very beautiful, very demure, very mindful. That's what kind of weather we were looking at. Who's in? It's the 45 LMR. The last minute racing GTR is in. Gonna put some probably slick tires on, I would imagine. Doing a little bit of repair there. They had some damage on the front lip, front aero damage. It does hurt you around here for sure. You need your downforce around here, but you don't want too much of it down that back straight, so definitely fix any aero elements that may be giving you issues. It's going to come out on the soft tire, so yes, a slick tire. I do see some cloud cover growing, but it's getting darker, but I see blue in the sky, so I don't know that we're looking at rain coming, but definitely a difference in the lighting out here. If you rewind just a little bit, we were just having a bright and sunny day out here. It was beautiful, wasn't it? It was stunning, gorgeous day, more realistic to what we had for Petite this year. It was so beautiful this year. Again, I'm sad I didn't get to go to the race. I'm not too far away. I was right here in my living room watching and very tempted to get in the car and go, but the crowd was a record crowd. There was no parking, and I just refused to do that to myself. So I stayed and watched it on TV, but the weather was perfect. In the 70s, breezy, just a perfect time to sit outside and take in a race where some of the fastest drivers in the world were battling it out. And now we have some of the fastest drivers in the GT7 community battling it out. We still have some sun, so we're okay. We're okay. It never rains in America. Yeah, never. Certainly not in Georgia. What? In the humid southeast of the United States? We've never seen a drop of rain. Don't know her, never heard of her. Shadow Chef is looking good. I mean, it's a quiet race, obviously. I think we mentioned earlier there were about 4.2 seconds behind Akon at the beginning of the stint, and that gap has grown a little bit, but nothing to be alarmed at. You know, 1 second over the course of 27 laps is really nothing to scoff at. So, Loose Moose Racing, Aston Martin, getting her done. I really like this livery. This is nice. This is nice. Can I get Chase Cam? I don't remember the keyboard shortcut for Chase Cam, but there it was. Well, Tim Hortons, Japan Airlines, T-Bap, Blue Ribbon, rather. I always forget that decal exists. I hope I have it saved in my files, because we all love T-Bap, don't we? Anyway, yeah, good looking livery for this team. No one chasing them though. You know who I want to check on is the Truth. Yeah, huge gap there to Mr. Arietti. In fact, that car we see behind, that's AHR redacted, I believe. So not even the car that my boy is in battles with. So no battles on track right now. Just lap traffic to get around. I just saw a blue flag pop up here. I don't know who's getting the blue flag. Oh, because that's not redacted behind. That is Antonio Santos, the leader behind the Truth here. So coming up to maybe lap him, but that looks like a pretty big gap. I don't think he's going to catch him anytime soon. But clearly Antonio doing great. Steady 18s, low 18s, 18-2, 18-2, 18-1. The last 3 laps. Lap 27 didn't look great with a 19 flat. That's almost a full second slower than usual. Probably a big slide happened somewhere. Big oopsie. But he's doing all right. Behind in second place, it's 14.8 seconds is that gap now. If you recall, when P1R ARC came out of the pits, it was around 16, 16.2, 16.3, something like that. So the gap is indeed coming down slowly, but coming down with ARC being on the fresher tires and dropping 18 flats. Lap 23 was an 18.3. Lap 27 did a 17.8. So I don't know if that was like a big toe down the back straight, or maybe just testing out to see if they could grab that fastest lap again. They've got a 17.1 as the absolute fastest lap, but that was on the softs. So I take it back. They probably weren't going for fastest lap. I think they were just having a good time in the car and forgetting to save fuel. Gotta be frugal. 12 hours of racing. That's what we're looking at. It's a very unique format, right? A very interesting format, especially for sim racing here, to have such a long team event. If you've never watched these races before, if it's your first time joining IRO, the way it works is that you have multiple stints in multiple lobbies. This is stint 3, obviously, and teams build a lineup, basically. You have a lineup of several drivers who will race these stints, and so it's not the same driver in the car for all 12 hours, and everyone has their strengths, of course. Everyone has their weaknesses, but everyone's in the same car, and the idea is that you simply do the best you can and pass the baton. You don't waste time battling. You don't, you don't waste gas. You don't have to take extra pit stops to put your team more and more behind. As we are with Hafidi here, we'll have to serve a penalty at the line, by the way. But the job here is not to get into the most exciting stint, quite frankly. That is what it is. The job is to stay consistent and to be a team player and put your team in the best position that you can put them in. It's unique because much of the time when we're looking at sim racing, it's a dogfight, right? Even in a quote-unquote endurance race, it's maybe a couple of hours, but there's a lot of dogfighting in it, right? But in any case, this is unique. I do like it. Timing keeps getting messed up for me. Sometimes I'll have the gaps, sometimes I won't. Which is interesting. What's going on, PD? What's going on, PlayStation? Ooh. Guys, we're losing a little bit of that sheen. Listen, I've got ray tracing on, I'm pretty sure. I'm seeing some shine off of these cars as they pass, but I'm seeing less shine. Right? There's a little bit less sunlight being reflected. I think that cloud cover is getting thicker. If we can get a good glimpse at the sky, that'd be fantastic. Wow, what a shot that was in the background as two other cars went down the S's. You can really see the face of the S's look almost vertical in comparison to where Mr. Batty was here. But yeah, there's a little glimmer there, a little glimmer. You see some glimmers, but let's see the sky. Lots of clouds, sheets of clouds coming. I say let's watch these next 15 minutes. If we start to see folks jumping in who don't need to be jumping in, maybe there's something on the radar. We'll see. Maybe it will just be clouds. DJ, S7R number 5 and P1R number 20 have offset strategies. S7R goes for a one stop with 2 times mediums, okay, so medium stint, and P1R does 2 stints of sorts and 1 medium so far, of softs and 1 medium so far. Yes, P1R jumped in fairly early to get off those softs and jump on mediums. The mediums will probably take them to the end of the stint, I would imagine. Maybe. If I look at some of the oldest mediums on track, they still look pretty decent 31 laps into this. Still not looking too bad. S7R's Funky Bunny in and now out of the pits on a set of racing softs. And that S7R Aston Martin. They started on the mediums, so we have a medium soft stint. Now, these softs certainly won't take them to the end of the stint, so another stop for the Boomer team, I would imagine. Has to be. This is S7R Boomers. It can't rain in the Americas. Do we really not have rain on this track? I did not know that. That makes me really sad. Wait, what? I feel like I've run a rain race here before. It may have been another game. It must have been another game. I'm so sad. I'm over here thinking, ooh, it's getting cloudy. Man, forget them clouds. They're useless. They're useless. Except maybe they cool the track down a bit for us. Okay, yeah. Let us dream. So it doesn't rain on any American tracks in GT7. Why don't I know this? I know why I don't know this, because I don't really do rain races. Listen, I am not the one jumping in the open lobby and being like, oh my god, let's turn on race rain. No, I'm a basic 5-lap racing hards on GR3s all day long, right? I'll tolerate softs because I recognize that most lobbies will run the racing softs in the GR3s, but I love them on the hards. Speaking of which, all 3 tires are available in this race, rather. So all 3 racing tire compounds: the racing hard, medium, and soft. But so far, we've only seen people use the softs and the mediums. The hards they're slow. They're slow in comparison to the other 2 tires for sure. You're usually going to see about 2 seconds a lap of difference between the hards and softs on your average track. Of course, that's going to depend on the length of track and how many corners, of course, how many braking zones. But on average, about 2 seconds. This is a 12-turn track with 2.5 miles, about 2.5 miles long around Road Atlanta. Yep, DTR, no USA tracks have rain. All we get is dark and ominous clouds at the worst. Sad day. 2 GTRs together here. Of course, this is not a battle for position. This is going to be a blue flag pass. You can see, yep, the blue flag's coming out here and easily gets out of the way to let the faster car move around. That's fantastic. So, Fuji with the number 45 on podium, at least for the stint for last minute racing. We still have a lot to go through. This is stint 3 of 6. 2-hour stint, so we don't know what to expect towards the end of this race just yet. some gaps may feel a little bit hard to overcome. I mean, this is P5, and they're already 4 minutes. That's over a lap. It's several laps, actually, down from first place. Mr. Batty. Fields. Hi. More blue flags for Mr. Arietti this time. Coming up, that's the leader behind, or rather not the leader, but the second place car behind P1R's Archivert GT. I'm just gonna say Arc. It's easier. Oh, I didn't mean to go away from that. I want to see how cleanly this pass happens. It should happen easily here. We're coming on the back straight. No biggie. Yep, that's right. Just gets out of the way. Maybe a slight lift, who knows? No real need to lift when you've got the Aston Martin and those long legs on such a long straight. But Arietti will get the free toe behind. Thank you very much. I appreciate the lift down and into the braking zone for the chicane. Would we say, chat, those of you who are racers in chat, is this chicane, the chicane at Road Atlanta, the one that we're coming towards right now, Fuzzy Bunny, why do I keep saying Fuzzy Bunny coming into the chicane, is this the real life chicane of death, or is there a deadlier chicane in motorsports? I feel like Spa, of course, must, the bus stop must have honorable mention as a deadly chicane. Number 3 is in. Red Life Porsche making its way down the pits. Actually, I think this is it coming out. Yes, this is pit out. So they were already in. They've swapped to some racing softs. Lap 36. Going for them. Of course, you're going to cross the start-finish line in the pits. And so they pitted on lap 35 and crossed into 36 in the pits there in the front straight. They're going to come out ahead of another car here. That's the number 3 of M. Hadihidi. That's the number 45 last-minute racing car. This is going to be a blue flag pass. Of course, no fight should be happening here. Just a pass when it is safe to do so. Might not be easy to stay ahead though, because let me see. Hold on. Number 45 is on softs as well. Okay, but more worn softs. But also the soft tire. But those softs are several laps old, obviously. Ooh, I didn't even realize that he'd taken the fastest lap. He's got a 117.108 done on lap 33 on those softs. So into the braking zone for the chicane. Can Batty unlap himself? The last chicane at Montreal and the Wall of Champions. Turn 1 Monza. Turn 1 Monza. I'm trying to see the last chicane at Montreal in my head, and I can't right now. Might have to pull that up. Alright, well, I think Hafi, made that pass and has managed to hang and put a gap to the number 3 ahead. So I think we're okay there. Thought maybe the worn tires might make a change here, but nope, we're fine. We're fine. Number 44, Esports Race Asylum, GTR, quiet race. So far, quiet stint rather. I don't know if they've had a fully quiet race. I wasn't here for stint 1 and I only caught the end of stint 2, but so far in this stint, they're fine. Looking good. Love that beefy V8 sound as soon as you hit the AMG GT. Oh, that's so good. That is so good. And you know what? While we're talking about good exhaust sounds, the 911 RSR, of course, I mean, it goes without saying. And if you haven't gotten the chance to hear one of these in real life, I need you to figure it out. I need you to go find a race. At this point, it's going to be a vintage race or something to just shut up and listen. Alright, we're not doing it justice. We have a little bit of lag. It's not, the game isn't doing it justice. Find it in real life. I promise you will not be disappointed at all. It's a brilliant sounding car, especially when they, I don't remember the reasoning anymore. It feels so long ago now, but at the same time somehow it feels like yesterday. But at some point in the development of the RSR, they had to uncork the exhaust. I think they just took the mufflers off. Was basically what happened. And boy, when I tell you that opened up that boxer, like, oh man, insane. Antonio Santos, we haven't visited the S7R Lexus in a little bit, the number 5. They've been leading ever since ARC pitted in the P1R Aston Martin, and the gap has steadily been coming down between them because, of course, Antonio is on worn mediums that they started the stint with, and ARC has pitted and has fresh mediums on right now. ARC will obviously want to pit at some point before the end of the stint. We have just under 50 laps left to go before we end this thing, but it looks like they're still going strong with the mediums. The number 20 is on mediums right now. Yeah, just slightly newer ones. They pitted a while ago. It's off the tree now on the right, but it was there. Ostkurv at Hockenheim. The Master Kink at Spa. Hi and bye to Visual Racer, that's right. Hello, goodbye. Do we think it's clearing up? I think so, it is. Not that it matters, apparently. Sad day. The P1 car will need fuel soon, and that is interesting. We talked about what the P1R strategy would be. 2 stints. Well, it looks like they're gonna do 3 stints because they're gonna have to pit again. So they did a first stint on the softs. They've done a medium stint here on a middle stint rather on the mediums. And then their final stint will be on what? Perhaps the softs, perhaps another medium stint. I don't know how they intend to set up the next driver for stint 4. Yeah, they are catching the number 5. There is a difference in the tire degradation there. It's pretty big. We're looking at lap times here. A little bit inconsistent in the last 4 laps for ARC, but generally doing high 17s. We got an 18 flat and an 18.1 thrown in there as well, but high 17s for the Aston Martin. Antonio in the Lexus has not hit 17 that we can see in a while. Last lap was an 18.6, so that was a little bit slow compared to the others, but I can see why those mediums are starting to look pretty worn, especially the front left. There are a lot of right-handers on this track, a lot of long sweeping ones like the one we just passed and the one we're going through right now in turn 1. So another 118 for them as they cross the start-finish line here. So yeah, the pace is different there. So 8 seconds between these two cars. And I think, you know, right now they just don't seem to be in a direct battle is what it is. I mean, their strategies are quite offset. I would imagine that the S7R car will probably pit and have different track position by the time the Aston even catches it. So I don't think we're going to see, you know, oh, they caught up and now they're battling. I don't think that's going to happen. Unless for some reason the S7R car runs an incredibly long stint on those mediums, which, yeah. But you know what? You guys have been watching the race longer than I have. You maybe know the story of the race a little bit better than I do. So if there is something I need to know, let me know. Tell me what it is. Alright, now, which GTR is this? Number 66, GT Finland Racers. We've had nothing to say about them, quite frankly. We visited at the very beginning of the stint to say hello, and they are here, and to identify what tires they are on. But they run this entire thing alone and lonely. Perhaps they've run into some lap traffic, but as we've seen, all the lap traffic has been very respectful. You know, these guys are pro. These drivers, we all know these drivers. We race with them day in and day out. We're all, you know, teammates and friends, and we race each other in leagues and that sort of a thing. And we know who's going to be respectful and who's not going to be respectful. And teams are encouraged, of course, to only put respectful drivers in their lineup, because the IRO stewards don't play. They definitely don't. So you don't want anyone who's going to put your team in bad standing, especially over, you know, this series, this league that takes so much commitment and so much planning on the part of the teams and the team leaders. You don't want one driver ruining that for you. Again, just like the driving, the passing of the baton and getting the car, you know, to the end of the stint intact and as fast as possible. Drivers don't want to, you know, it's a team sport. You don't want to ruin it for everyone else. The leader is in, and now we have a new leader. That was Arc passing the start-finish line heading into turn 1. Antonio is in getting fuel in that Sector 7 Lexus, and it looks like the gap between these two is going to be humongous. However, Arc will need to pit again for fuel. So while Antonio is still filling up and Arc is tearing up Sector 1 and will probably be on Sector 2 by the time Antonio actually makes it out of the pits, understand that Antonio will owe another pit stop, and they will probably change tires, which only adds about 2 seconds to the stop, but they'll certainly need to fuel up. Antonio with 81% fuel in the car, that is meant to take him to the end of the stint. We will not see another stop from this car, and as predicted, they are on another set of medium tires, so no softs for the S7R Lexus. A lot of drivers we've seen have come in and pitted and taken the soft tire. Arc, of course, started on the soft tire. Oh, this is the pit stop here. No, I'm gonna go at least one more lap, it looks like, but that light is on. That gas light is flashing. He's like, I know my car. We good. I know my car. Okay. Good luck to you. I think they'll make it around one more time. The white GTR is the number 66. Yes, the 66 GT Finland Racers. We have 2 white GTRs though. So we gotta pay attention. The number 44 is also a white GTR right now. Yeah, JP, sorry, your 911 livery's not showing up. I didn't realize when I jumped in the room. I did go through the drivers as they were sitting in the pits, but I just missed, or most people had a livery, and so I kind of missed that the white liveries I was seeing were actually cars whose liveries aren't showing. So it's 2 GTRs whose livery I can't see. and one 911. And it seems random because I can see the other GTR livery. I can see the Last Minute Racing GTR's livery. I should have cleared my cache before I jumped in here. Yeah, here's our other white GTR, the number 44. So the even double numbered GTRs are the problem, as you can see. And then we got one 911 that's a problem as well, the 77. Hey, do you think that might? Wait a minute, no way. That seems dumb, but it is all the double number cars. 44, the 66, and the 77. The number 11, Project Platypus, is not in here, so they're not here to defend their honor. Leaders in. That's P1. They've got their fuel. That was fast. They went to 39 liters on a set of softs. Huh. Okay. I think, can 39 take it to the end of the stint? Wow, the number 66 is in one of our white GTRs, and they've got zero fuel in that thing. I wonder if they had to coast in, or if they, just got it perfectly right. That's it's a shame if they had to coast in on no fuel. That's very slow, and is the opposite of giving the car to the next driver fast. In part 1, 3 cars disconnected. They all started the second stint with time penalties. Right. P1R really pushing the 2 stops with 2 soft runs. They are. That was their second stop there. Another car in. Lots of cars in, actually. So that was the number 66 GTR. This is the number 44 Esports Race Asylum GTR. So Khan in for ERA, putting fuel in that thing. And then Shadow Chef is in the number 35 Aston Martin as well. So 3 pit stops happening at the same time here. We are just about the halfway mark, a little over halfway to get this race going. Well, get this race finished. I'm doing math in my head. Yeah, a little over halfway. On track. S7R. This is the 911, the 77. I'm sticking to my theory. The double number cars, you guys, are the problem. And that is interesting, and I don't know why that would be a thing. Maybe it's coincidence, but it just seems like too heavy a coincidence. The truth is in. The truth serum for S7R Esports. This is not a pass for position. This is a blue flag pass here as P1 gets past the number 3 of, I believe that is Jay Batty. And now the 45 comes in, the Last Minute Racing GTR. So definitely what we would call a pit window here for drivers who took the medium tire. Starting to see some soft stints, but actually not for GT Finland. They are going to come back out on mediums again. Of course, the number 3911 is on a soft stint. We saw them pit many laps ago. The number 45 has come out. I'm sorry, not the 45. My fault. The 44 rather of Esports Race Asylum has come out on mediums again. Shadow Chef in that Aston Martin also on the mediums again. Fuzzy Bunny we saw take softs a good while ago in that Aston Martin. The Truth will come out on mediums in the AMG. No pit yet for Redacted. We'll see them come in soon. I'm sure of it. They're running out of fuel. Maybe we'll see another lap and a half here. Mr. Arietti, the 77 Race Asylum Black 911. Came out on mediums again. So most drivers, it seems, opting to stay away from the softs. 2 soft stints for ARC in the Aston Martin. First soft then a medium stint, now soft again. And Antonio Santos, our two leaders, on very different strategies. The S7R Lexus has pitted one time and it's gone medium. 6.5 seconds between them now. We did see P1 get the lead when Antonio pitted to get those fresh mediums, and it looks like he just had to come in for a splash of fuel and came out still ahead, but only by 6.5 seconds this time around, but on the faster tire. And so it's very much a similar story to how it was at the beginning of this stint. I am curious to see where they will end up and if they end up closer together towards the end of it. P1R can't make it to the end with that fuel level, right? They just put in 40. They just put 44% in. I thought they put 39% in. I thought that's what I saw, which felt low to me as well, especially given that Antonio had come in and did 81. But that may be remind me how the transitions work. I believe you fill to the level the stint before had. I can't remember. Somebody help me out with the fuel situation. Trying to see if after the pit stops anyone has come out, you know, close to or something like a battle. And it doesn't look like there's anything of the sort here. Big gap for Fuzzy Bunny. I mean, 31 seconds to Shadow Chef ahead. That's the other Aston Martin on the track. And then Truth is in the AMG GT, 39.4 seconds ahead. Of course, both drivers drive for S7R, but they are on separate S7R teams in this championship. Fuzzy Bunny racing for S7R Boomers, and the Truth is with S7R McCougar. So we're not friends on track, but I don't think we're going to see them cross paths anytime soon. Not in this stint, at least. Yeah, no big action happening. Just driving a little bit of blue flag action here for the AHR car. But that should be just fine. That's the leader coming up behind them. That's Arc behind them on the back straight, but it probably won't catch up to them before the braking zone here. That is beautiful and shiny, that BMW is. He's got a nice little toe, and he's going to step aside, actually, in the braking zone and let Arc by. That's awesome. Great sportsmanship there by Redacted. I think he had a little time. I think I would have let him pass maybe after the last turn, rather, turn 12. But what do I know? I just talk about the racing. I don't do the racing. Wow, lots and lots of traffic just caught in bad places here for Arc, trying to get through the S's and make their way around one of the white GTRs here. They managed to get that done for turn 6 and 7, and oh, big wiggle, but I think they were okay. That wasn't Khan, so that must be, yes, that must be the Finland car, number 66. Big wiggle coming out of the turn, but they managed to gather it up. Yikes. Wow. Okay, I thought you were going to try to maybe go around the outside there. That doesn't make sense. This is a blue flag situation, though. You know, that number 66 GTR wants to get past Redacted. Isn't able to find the room to do it. There's no place to do it here in the S's, and so we'll just get caught up in this slow traffic for a little bit at least. Perhaps we'll get an opportunity to pass before turn 6, or maybe not quite there because they seem a little bit far. It is hard to follow closely in the S's in these cars, and so maybe on the back straight Redacted will let them through, but it felt like to me that pass should have happened on the front straight there. I don't know. I'm not a steward, and maybe this will never be reported. No one will care. It's just a small moment in racing, and that's part of, you know, racing. Though you've got give and take, fortunately or unfortunately. And as I say that, it doesn't seem like they're able to make the pass, and that kind of makes sense. The Finland car is on the racing mediums, Redacted is on the softs in the BMW, so looks like just a little bit better cornering power, better stopping power is keeping them from having to give up that position and heed the blue flags that you see waving at all the stands. As we head into the turn 3, I don't even know what you call it. Kink? Is that a chicane? Do we consider turn 2 and 3 a chicane? Or just a weird kink that's there to kill you? It doesn't really kill you. It's pretty safe. Even if you run off there, there's a lot of runoff. There is a chicane there, but what do we call in turn 3? So interesting around here that this track, despite being pretty old, it's been around since the 70s, doesn't have any corner names. The only corners that have names, and I wouldn't even call them names, are the S's, and the reason I say I wouldn't call it a name is because that's what they are. They're S's, and so we call them the S's. I don't know if that counts necessarily as, say, a traditional corner name, like, you know, if we named it after a driver or something. Donahue Kink. The Ray Hall Straight. Wait, there's already a Ray Hall Straight, isn't there? Where's the Ray Hall Straight? Ray Hall. Laguna Seca. And is it called the Straight? I don't know. I think that backstretch going into the corkscrew is named after Bobby Ray Hall. So we can't have a Ray Hall Straight at Road Atlanta. Okay, what are we calling the back straight? Unser Straight? Al Unser Straight? I feel like it should be named after some famous American race car driver, but maybe Al Unser doesn't have any great moments at Road Atlanta. We need somebody who's got some great moments at Road Atlanta we can name this back straight after. Beautiful shot here as the sun is coming back out. It has cleared back up, so that chance of rain, quote unquote, has passed us by. Wow, what a disappointment. Imagine rain at this majestic track. What a race that would be. Come on, PD. Polyphony Digital has got to do better by us. We deserve year after year. Well, it's not year after year. It's almost every decade, it feels like. We drop our $60, our $70 on a Gran Turismo game. Our $99.99 if we're getting like a special edition or whatever. And I feel like we have earned rain. The Ricky Bobby hat straight. You know, we are missing an opportunity by not having a regular NASCAR race here at Road Atlanta. I think that would slap. And it'd probably be better than Watkins Glen. I'm going to tell you that right now. But there's no Ricky Bobby. No Ricky Bobby happening at Road Atlanta. Surely there has been at least one NASCAR race here, though, right? Like, and I mean the old schools, like a Gen 2 or 3 or something like that. That'd be nice to know and maybe watch on YouTube. Big coast there. Oh, okay, we were heading into turn 3. Sorry, I was watching the stream on my screen, which obviously is a little bit behind what I can see live on my PlayStation, and so the sound wasn't matching where he was on track. I understand now. I'm caught up. Got it. Scott speed straight. I do like that. I do like that. Scott speed though? I mean, I'm not hating. I'm not hating. But I just feel like Scott speed is fast. He's quick, you know. But again, he doesn't do the kind of racing that really be at Road Atlanta. Why would we name it straight at Road Atlanta after him? Wow. Just name it after me. Name it after me. Yep. The Noel Straight. It's named after Tatiana Noel, whose racing career achievements include, I don't know, being named E-Dirty Tati on sim racing. We have a lot of traffic happening here, but none of this is like a battle. You know what I mean? All of this is blue flag. It looks crowded. It looks busy. But none of it is like action. I just want everyone to know that everyone's safe. I think that's Shadow Chef. Not Shadow Chef, sorry. That was Fuzzy Bunny. Yeah, blue flags. Woo! Making a pass on Redacted there in the turn 12. Listen, going side by side through turn 11 and 12 complex around here is way scarier than you think. You are on the edge. I mean, when the steering gets light over that crest, you know, and there's not as much grip on the outside. You're carrying so much speed into turn 12, the final turn. It can be pretty scary, even if it's a friendly, you know, quote unquote blue flag pass. And it looks like this pass isn't going to be easily made and kept because Fuzzy Bunny's softs are super worn out, whereas Redacted is on pretty fresh ones still. Yeah, that's right. You can look at Redacted's laps. They pitted on lap 50. It looks like lap 49. Rather, came out on lap 50, and so here they are unlapping themselves, and it looks like in the background we have similar action happening because that blue flag pass hasn't happened very smoothly at all there, and Redacted just moving aside and letting all of these cars through. But baby, you don't have to. You've got the faster tire. You do need to give way, of course, but you don't have to just ruin your race. Fuzzy Bunny in to the pits here, recognizes those softs are done, needed fuel anyway, comes in with 2%, and it's time to let that go. Who was this? Yes, we have Redacted, and then was it, so number 3, yeah, the number 3 Grid Life 911 also trying to get around, and then ahead of them, yeah, it's S7R and Team Finland. that pass made fairly easily there. Both cars on racing mediums, though I would say Team Finland mediums maybe just a little bit fresher. But that is, yeah, like barely fresher. This is Team Finland. This is S7R here. This is Antonio. But that is a lap from second place put on fourth place. They're so far behind, probably from those disconnects earlier there. But yeah, these guys are kind of struggling to get these blue flag passes to stick now that we're seeing how some of these different strategies are playing out, these tire strategies. Some on soft, some on medium, some just simply on more worn out tires than another. The number 3 car is in, Grid Life Porsche is in, getting fuel and tires right now. We'll see where they come out on track on their fresh. I don't know what they're going to come out on. Mediums, softs, not sure. I should have been taking notes, but I left my notebook on the other side of the room, and so I don't remember what laps people pitted on. Okay, looks like more softs. Yep, another soft stint, probably going to take it to the end here. They're going to do 30 laps, pitting rather on lap 93 is when everyone pits in. They come out in front of the S7R Boomers car. They're not fighting each other. S7R Boomers are on lap 61, whereas Mr. Batty here is 1 lap ahead on lap 62. So it would have been a blue flag pass anyway. He came out behind, but he does come out ahead on those fresh tires. Fuzzy also on fresh tires, though. He just pitted on, and he's on mediums. I see there's a fight for 4th place between the number 66 and the 3. Not so much. I mean, number 3 came out in 7th right now, so they're nowhere near. But perhaps by the end of this stint, there is a differential in their tire situation. But they're on different parts of the track here. The number 66 is coming. That's turn 6 and turn 7. Mr. Batty is just getting through to turn 1 here, so they're about half a lap away from one another right now. It's a lot to overcome with the racing softs, but they are fresher racing softs. The gap between the leaders, 15 seconds, so Arc absolutely running away on that last set of softs there, but if you look at the fuel situation, you were right. There's no way they're making it to the end of the stint. They're going to have to pit again, and I don't think they're going to gain enough time to pit, fuel, and get back out ahead of Antonio Santos. At best, they may see another 4 or 5 laps out of this, and I don't think they can grow that gap long enough. We'll see how that works out. Antonio is good on fuel, good on tires, probably to the end of the stint. They may stop for tires. I don't know. I don't think they would, though. How long are the mediums going? Because these are, I'm not gonna lie, they're a little long on the tooth. You know, you can see it. But is it worth another pit stop? 67 laps into a 93 lap stint. Maybe. Sparks flying out of the back of Hafini's number 45 Nissan as they run through turn 5, one of the scariest turns on this track. It looks unassuming, but man, can that thing catch you out. That curb on the inside, terrible. The curb on the outside is okay, but if you go past it, terrible. Of course, getting on the throttle coming out of that turn can be a little bit scary, a little bit sketchy. It got easier when they nerfed the GR3 cars, but you still have to be careful. The car is fairly unsettled, and you may have less grip over that rear axle than you think. Mediums can go easily 47 laps. In that case, then Antonio may be sitting pretty for Team S7R here. Man, Redacted on those racing softs is, hounding some of the drivers that are laps ahead. Of course, this, again, would not be a pass for position or anything like that. A Roysko here in the number 66 Finland car sits in 4th place on lap 65. They're going to be on lap 66 here. And the car behind Redacted is on lap 64, and so they want to unlap themselves, surely, but they're 2 laps down in comparison to the car ahead, but clearly faster as they enter the S's here. There's not a passing opportunity here, but maybe into one of the corners, turn 6 or 7. However, what I've seen is Redacted's been kind of passive. Been a little bit passive with cars that are a lap ahead. And I don't know if there's something about the rules that makes it hard for him to assert himself and get the position, or if it's just I don't know. I don't know what it is, but not a fight for sure is what I'm going to say. Will there be an attempt into the chicane? I don't think so. I don't know that it's worth making a dive into the chicane for unlapping oneself, but perhaps in a corner where it's easier to pass, turn 1 maybe. I just don't think that he's going to do it. Maybe just saving a little bit of fuel. That's always helpful. If you don't want to fight, don't want to get into it with anyone. A note from IRO in the chat here. Pay attention, that we'll be switching to part 2 of the broadcast after the end of this stint. So if you go into the scheduled live videos on the channel, you'll see another link. You don't have to go there because, oh, yep, I'm late. It's already in the chat. You should be redirected automatically. I know we were before. So just stay here. At the end of this stint, we still have a little while to go. Checking in with some of the other cars, since I don't think Redacted is going to show us any action here, though I'd love to see it. I also think it's kind of a waste of the soft tire, right? To stay behind a car that's on a slower tire. I believe you have a couple of laps to, like, build out your gap if you get in front. And that was the truth, by the way, in the pits. Oh, no! Big 3-second penalty for the truth there. That is not good. Team S7R McCougar will not be happy with that. I mean, it happens, but 3-second penalty gain from touching either the pit in line or the pit out line. More likely pit in around here. It is difficult to properly time getting into the pits around here and maintaining as much speed as possible. So a massive 3-second penalty for that car, and that will chew up their time. Our leader's in. That's Arc in. So now let's see where Antonio is. Antonio is going to cross the start-finish line in a moment, Ark has not moved, and sure enough, he will take the lead here. Yes, he passes him in the pits, so that is our new leader, and I think that is, if there will be a pass, it would have to happen on track, and I don't think it can happen because Ark is going to come out again on the racing softs, yes, but it's going to come out very far behind. Plenty of fuel in that car to make it to the end of the stint now. They're going to do another 20, 21 laps before pitting. However, they're going to come out, well, now they've come out on lap traffic. That's the truth, who just served that huge penalty there. Probably banging his hand on the steering wheel a couple of times. Hopefully he can get his head down. What just happened? Guys? Okay. Something just happened. And hopefully I can get back into the room. It doesn't exist anymore. Does anybody report that the room crashed or anything like that? Whoa. Okay. I would search manually, but I just don't think it's going to be there. I'm not sure what just happened. Let's see. Is anything happening in Discord? I'm not seeing the Discord go crazy, which tells me that only I got kicked. Not kicked, but oh, wait, nope. Got something in the Discord. The host disconnected. Wow. All right. Whoa, guys. That is unfortunate, of course. So, IRO in the chat, can you help explain to us what happens in the case of a host disconnect? What is the procedure, and what happens to all the progress these racers have made in this stint? We are 2/3 of the way through it. Red flag. Yes, obviously. Yeah, everyone into the pits. Stopping the race. It's raining too hard. Too much rain on the track, obviously, because it does rain in America. It rains very hard. It comes down thick and fast, and right now the track is under about 6 inches of water at the bottom of hills, and so the cars are going to be parked. Actually, the paddocks are flooded, because if you've ever been to Road Atlanta, the paddocks are basically at the lowest level. Well, yeah, I think they are lower even than the chicane, at the end of the track. So technically, if there was to be a flooding issue, the paddocks would absolutely be under, a few inches of water. It rained today, baby. It rained today, DJ, and that's how we got this red flag. I don't know what to tell you. A new update. You didn't get the update last night? There's a new rain update. Yeah. So those of us who downloaded it have experienced the first flooding at Road Atlanta in Gran Turismo 7. Such a shame. All right. Let me pay attention to see what is going to happen next. Nothing right in this moment. Jinxed it. Yeah, I guess we did. Sheesh. What do we do? Alright, so we've got a call for a red flag in the Discord, and drivers are being asked to give a screenshot of their gaps to the cars around them. So hopefully they have that, of course. That is important, because then it can help us with the start of Stint 4, I guess. I would imagine that we would go into Stint 4. I don't know. I mean, um, is there a chance to, if not restart Stint 3, but perhaps finish it out? Not sure, but it may be that it got far enough along that going into Stint 4 would make sense, but we'll see. All right. Race Control is exploring options, which makes sense. I wish I could play some music for you guys, but I can't. I'm streaming directly from my PS5 today. I think my graphics card bit the bullet the other night here. I have yet to do some real testing to figure it out, but we'll see. We will either restart or go into Stint 4. Maybe Jaeger can play some music on the official stream for you, so you have a little lo-fi to chill out to. I'm going to mute my mic for a couple of moments and be right back to keep entertaining you all. All right, I do apologize for that, but I'm back. Sorry to leave you alone and lonely in the chat. Stigma says restart, 6-hour race behind safety car. All cars would have bunched and lapped cars released to catch the back of the pack in Formula One. Well, this isn't Formula One. I mean, could be. We could pretend it is. Man. You know what? Let's go back to trying to name the back straight at Road Atlanta. Does anyone own the lap record? Let me see. Let me see. Road Atlanta lap record. Mm-hmm. 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 I'm trying to pick a class. Mark Jean has a 101. 1 minute, 1 second, 1.20 in a Ferrari F2003 GA. Okay, well, you know, when you bring a Formula One car, I mean, yeah, I can see it. I can see it. The Acura ARX05, which as I recall was a LMP1 car, or I think it was, has a record of 108.55 with Blomqvist, Castroneves, and Ollie Jarvis in there. Tom Blomqvist, Elio Castroneves, and Ollie Jarvis are the drivers there, if I'm remembering their first names right, and that's a 108. So the Ferrari, the Fezza by Mark Jean. I'm not sure who Mark Jean is. That name is not familiar to me. Are we naming this straight after him? He's a Spanish driver. Mark Genet. Gotta be an American, bro. Gotta be an American. Next is Tom Blomqvist is an American, right? Tom is I don't know, Swedish, British Swedish. Got it. Yep, nope. Can't be him. Can't be him. Man. Well, the Cadillac DPI, ooh, love those. That sits at number 6 with a 108.79. That was Earl Bamber. I can't remember this guy's first name. Last name is Hunter Rie and Scott Dixon. So I feel like that counts. Though Earl Bamber might have been the one to actually set the record. And if it was Earl, he's not American. He's not American. We'll come back to this. Mario Andretti's got plenty of records. Can't be him. No, he got plenty of records with plenty of corners and straights named after him. I'm still leaning on an answer. Senior or junior? I don't know if senior had very much racing in Road Atlanta, but surely junior did. Al Unser. Plus, it just Unser. Al Unser Jr. Road Atlanta. All right, he's got a win. Okay, in Can-Am, 1982. He was Grand Marshal for the Midi in 2016. All right, the Midi's awesome, by the way, if you've ever been. But he's got a win. I think it should count. Fact, I'm supposed to be on comms for stint 5. What did I miss? Well, Cruentus, yes, the lobby died. We were, I think, on lap 75 4 or 5, something like that. And it just went. It just went. What's happening is race control is still exploring options on what to do about it. So, figuring that out. Yep, still working on it. Hold the line. Okay. Crentis, we're trying to come up with American race car drivers to name the back straight at Road Atlanta after. Any thoughts? You know, Scott Pruitt might be an option. How has Scott Pruitt done at Road Atlanta in the years past? He won the Grand Prix of Atlanta in 2013, what is the Grand Prix of Atlanta? He was Grand Marshal for Petite in 2023, a couple of years ago. Won the Grand Prix of Atlanta with his co-driver Memo Rojas. Well, back then, him and Memo would have been in like one of the Fords, one of the Ford DPs in IMSA. Was that before or after the merger? I think that was the merger. So Rolex, the United Sports Car, whatever it was called at the time. But why'd they call it the Grand Prix of Atlanta? Did we not have a Petite? I don't remember 2013. Let's see what that was. Okay, it was Grand Am still at the time. Was it still Grand Am? And they were in a BMW Riley, so they were in a DP, but it was a Grand Am race. Okay, got it. Well, he won it. So, Pruitt straight. The race will resume stint 4 with an increased lap time. Oh, so stint 4 drivers gonna have to do a lot more work. Are we going to resume that at the original time for stint 4 to start, which I believe would have been about 11 a.m. Eastern time? Yeah, I guess that's just in a few minutes here. Well, guys, I really enjoyed doing comms again and talking to you guys in the chat. It was fun to watch the stint, but I guess my time is coming to a close very soon here.